Good morning. Greetings from Beirut. I'm Wafa Abul Hassan. I welcome you with the co-organizers for this forum, UNDRR and ESCAP and ECE, the League of Arab States, and the regional commissions. This is the second day of the expert forum. Thank you for those who joined us the first day, and welcome to those who joined today. In day one, the session was mainly on official statistics and DRR, frameworks, classifications, and geospatial tools, and what the international and regional organizations are doing in this regards. We saw countries' case studies with success stories and challenges. And in session two, we focused on health and disasters data, the CRVS, which is the civil registration and vital statistics, and its importance in gathering disasters data. We also sent links to seek your views about the expectations of the outcome of this forum. And we will send them again if you can reply by the end of the day. For this session, it's a very important session also. We start with like I said, rich session and distinguished speakers. My colleague, Carol Shushani Sherfain, the director of the Arab Center for Climate Change Policies and cluster leader for climate change and natural resources sustainability cluster, will moderate. We hope to get questions and discussion through the chat. If you wish to address the speakers or send them directly, we will follow up on your questions. Thank you very much, and I give the floor to Carol.
Thank you very much, Wafa. Good morning, good afternoon, good early morning for those also connecting very far away towards the west of us in Beirut, and good afternoon again to the east. Thank you for joining us on this very important session to really find ways to identify, respond to the linkages between DRR, disaster risks, and climate change, because we found that sometimes both communities don't speak the same language. And when we don't speak the same language, sometimes we don't get the right numbers and statistics going on when we proceed with elaborating methodologies and then communicating our needs to our national, local, and global participants. So I'm very delighted to be moderating this session on behalf of the partners to help provide insights again on methodologies, on approaches, on local and country level case studies that we can then stimulate discussions on how to improve understanding of disaster risk and climate change, because in the end, all communities are working together to achieve common goals and respond to our sustainable development objectives. So I'm not going to take much time. I'm going to go right into the speakers. I would just like to indicate that we have intentionally made arrangements in this session to provide opportunities for a lot of discussion. Following every two speakers, there'll be an opportunity for Q&A. And then at the end, we have a longer Q&A session and comment period at the end. And as Wafa mentioned, there is the chat there. So please feel comfortable for engaging in this. We're looking forward to your ideas and building on your experiences and providing feedback and insights that can develop also the work of our distinguished speakers. So with that, let me turn to our first speaker, Madame Rina Shah, Chief of Environmental Statistics at UNDESA, the United Nations Statistics Division, who will be sharing with us work on the global set of climate change statistics and indicators for moving towards a statistical framework for disaster-related statistics. Rana, you have 12 minutes. Please, over to you.
Thank you. Trying to share the screen. I'm not able to share my screen.
Okay, let's just make sure that you're
why.
in the center.
It says host disabled participant screen share.
Is it being opened? If not, I have her presentation. Okay. Are you going to give it to her to put up? Okay, we will put it up, and just please indicate the next slide when you are ready. Please go ahead, then.
Okay, thank you very much, Carol and Wafa. Next, please. Next. Is someone moving my screen? Moving the slides? Sorry, yeah, thank you. Yes, this provides a brief overview of my presentation. Next. Next, please. And next, again. So the need for monitoring climate change and disasters is just obvious when you see on the chart the increased frequency of climate-related events. Next, please. The development of climate change statistics took more than 10 years. And in 2016, UNSD received a mandate from the Statistical Commission to develop the global set. And the global set was adopted by the 53rd session of the Statistical Commission in March this year.
Reno?
Yes?
If I could come in, please.
Yes?
I think you have two devices maybe open on your side.
No, I don't. Just have my computer on.
Okay.
Should I continue?
Okay, apologies everyone connecting in. I think it's because we're on two sides of the world and there is delay happening, and so it's causing some echoing of feedback in the cycle. Just Rena, you're sure you don't have anything open on your side, because we're hearing a feedback. Okay, I'm sorry again, Rena. We're just trying to see if there might be something we could adjust on our side. Apologies everyone for the delay.
Next slide, please. This provides a schematic view of the process to developing the global set. The bottom-up approach was followed by UNSD in collaboration with UNFCCC and the expert group on environment statistics. It should be noted that after a pilot survey in 2020 and then a global consultation in 2021, that in particular, the global consultation was instrumental in bringing together national statistical offices and climate reporting authorities to UNFCCC as requested by the Statistical Commission in Shall I continue? Next slide, please. Since there was no framework to link the reporting requirements under the Paris Agreement with the needed official statistics, UNSD and UNFCCC prepare the global set based on the 5 Ipcc areas and the framework for the development of environment statistics. It should be noted that the FDS, or the Framework for Development of Environment Statistics, was adopted by the Statistical Commission in 2013 as the framework for strengthening environment statistics in countries. The global set also provides the links to the SDG and Sendai indicators. And in the FDS should be noted also that it already contained a selection of climate statistics as a cross-cutting theme in chapter 5. Next, please. Next slide, please. The final global set contains 158 indicators accompanied by 190 statistics.
Okay. Rena?
Yes.
My apologies. It's good that you're hearing me immediately. For some reason, we're hearing you echo back, like with a few second delay. If you don't mind, though, this is very important as a framing presentation. If you could log out and log back in, because the interpreters also cannot hear you.
So just come out completely.
Nice to see you back. Okay, let's hope this works now, because we want to make sure that the interpreters can also hear you, especially when we're talking about the indicators now. And I'm seeing you're hearing me well because you're nodding. So please
It's
continue
fine,
from
yes.
here.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Next slide, please. The connections with the Paris Agreement and its work program adopted in Katowice are depicted by listing the relevant articles and decisions. Next slide. Next slide, please. Since a key element is the connection between the reporting requirements and the relevant statistical methods, these are briefly referenced in the global set. Next, please. The tier structure, as in the SDGs and the FDES, is based on relevance, methodological soundness, and data availability. Next, please. This is an illustration of the indicators and statistics side by side with the Paris Agreement articles and the Katowice decisions and a short statistical reference. Next, please. The next 3 slides demonstrate a complete metadata sheet consisting of 26 fields of information. And an example is with renewable freshwater resources per capita that are certainly strongly impacted by climate change, particularly in arid regions. Next, and then again next, I'm just one more, and one more, please. In summary, the global set is to be applied as a guide for countries to prepare their own sets, which many countries are already doing. Next. Now moving to the link between climate change and disasters in terms of statistics. Component 4 in the FDS covers disaster statistics, which are included in the basic set of environment statistics. The manual on the basic set has several chapters, and a draft one on disaster statistics was prepared. However, due to the dynamic nature of this topic, both regarding definitions and classifications, this chapter has not yet been completed. Next, please. These are the Sendai framework indicators that are included in the global set. I know the table is small, it's just there for illustration. So the global set adds value as it shows the following: how climate change relates with a given Sendai indicator, where we have included, as we have worked very closely with UNDRR to promote identical or similar, or in some cases, related indicators between the Sendai indicators. You can see the column entitled Sendai Framework Indicators at the end, and the global set indicators, which are listed in the second column. It also shows which other frameworks, for example, the FDS or SDGs, use the Sendai indicator, as we have included these references. And finally, it also shows what statistical methods may be helpful, for example, the FDS, where we included these details in the metadata. Next, please. These are additional indicators in the global set that are not included in the Sendai framework when we look at the theme disasters, such as crop loss due to climate extremes, which is impacts, or proportion of population living in coastal areas, which is vulnerability. These 10 impact indicators, 5 vulnerability indicators, and 5 adaptation indicators could be very important for a wider framework of disaster-related. Next, please. There are even more indicators and statistics when we expand further, looking at the theme sea and coast, such as sea level rise in impacts or coastal area vulnerable to climate change in vulnerability. Next, please. There are several Tier 3 indicators that need further methodological work, and the responses to the global consultation were really helpful as they provided inputs. For example, indicator 134, which is the coverage of disaster shelters per capita, provided in, we got useful information, as you'll see in the next slide, please. For this indicator, countries informed about various resources, reported data availability, and even some data links. So even though it is a Tier 3 indicator, we find that the results from the global consultation will be very helpful for future methodological development of this indicator. Next. Following the adoption of the global set, our main effort currently is directed to promote adequate implementation support to the countries. The global set can be accessed from our website, and the full description of the global set and its metadata is included in the background report, as you can see in the slide. Next. From our experience, these are the key implementation steps for countries embarking on climate change statistics, environment statistics, or for that matter, also disaster statistics. And just to highlight one or two things from the slide, the importance of a self-assessment, working in committees, collecting data through specialized surveys, for example, Nepal, that has conducted a climate change impact survey, or Tanzania, where the NSO has included climate change related questions in their current census, and publishing the statistics. Jamaica was the first country in the world where the National Statistical Office produced a climate change statistics report, and Tanzania is the second country in the world, to our knowledge, at least, where the National Statistical Office produced a climate change statistics report. Next, please. The development of draft implementation guidelines for climate change statistics was initiated recently and will be presented at the next expert group meeting on environment statistics in October this year. And the contents of the guidelines are listed in the slide, and we hope to finalize these by the end of the year. Next, please. Similar to the environment statistics self-assessment tool, or the ESAT, we are currently working on a self-assessment tool for climate change statistics. However, the climate change one has been significantly expanded compared to the original ESAT. And it also consists of a part 1 and a part 2. Next. Part 2 is a template designed to facilitate the assessment of each indicator and statistic against a number of key questions broadly related to the relevance, methodological soundness, and data availability. The climate assessment tool is work in progress, and we have some countries pilot testing it at the moment, and we'll then present it to our next expert group meeting next month. Next, please. Further resources and examples of other countries' dissemination products, such as compendia and reports on climate change statistics, can be accessed on our website. Next, please. There has been a growing engagement of countries in the area of climate change statistics, which is illustrated by the responses to the global consultation last year, where we had 86 countries that responded. Next, please. Now on to some more of our current and future work. Next. For capacity development, key activities in environment statistics and climate change statistics include continuous online support, organizing or supporting regional workshops and national missions to countries. For example, we have recently been participating in several regional and national workshops organized by UN ECLAC, and will do similarly in Africa by supporting a regional workshop in November this year. Next, please. Further methodological development is required, especially for the Tier 3 indicators and statistics, following up ongoing statistical developments, for example, with the biodiversity. Next. Training materials, guidelines, resource mobilization require the development of a strategy with key partners, and we have seen many agencies strongly involved already, and this is only growing. Next, please. The function, now coming to the role of NSOs, the function of the NSO is critical or central to capacity development activities, and in the outline are some of the most essential elements that NSOs should be encouraged to undertake. I'm not going to read them all, but I think it's pretty clear. And my last two slides, now to the conclusions. What we feel is the framework for the development of environment statistics and the global set as statistical frameworks adopted by the Statistical Commission contain the most essential disaster statistics, along with those already in the Sendai framework, of course, that can serve the foundation for any further statistical development disaster monitoring. And the global set can assist countries in identifying additional climate indicator statistics that complement those in the Sendai framework related to disaster indicators, but don't qualify such to their current definitions, given some examples, or simply not included. Next. UNSD has built a strong foundation and experience via the development of the global set through the various past and current activities listed in the bullets and which I have spoken to. And we think that this experience can also boost and benefit the process for developing related disaster statistics and indicators and pave the way forward in this domain. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rina, for this very informative presentation, really getting from the framework on the development of environmental statistics to the global set of climate statistics, and really some new, I know you didn't have time to go through all the new Tier 3 and these other indicators that are coming in, but when you see climate refugees, biodiversity, coastal area, and the frequency of extreme climate events, those are really quite informative for decision-making that can be further developed. Thank you for that. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions afterwards. Let me turn, though, to a case study from Suriname. Anjali, I hope you're online and connected. Hopefully, we've gotten over the technical difficulties that we had just now. I'm very honored to introduce Anjali de Abreu Kisosing, who's statistician in the General Bureau of Statistics in Suriname, also joining us at 6 in the morning or so their time. Anjali, are you able to join in? And if you have a PowerPoint, or can we didn't, and we'll pop up the PowerPoint for you.
Yes, please. Yes, I'm able to join. Could you please share for me? Sorry for my voice. I have a little cold.
You sound perfect. Go ahead. There we are.
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Anjali de Abreu Kisonsing. I work at the General Bureau of Statistics, and today I will talk about our experience collecting disaster-related statistics and also the link with environment statistics and climate change indicators. Next slide, please. You can go to the next slide. Yes, so why is this meeting very important for Suriname? Suriname is we are located outside the hurricane zone, but whenever there are hurricanes in the Caribbean, we do experience heavy rainfall and heavy winds, and we also have some tropical, like intertropical conference ITC zones, some very strong winds. And last year with the El Nino and the La Nina, for instance, we had a lot of flooding. So we're not in the hurricane area, but we do experience a lot of extreme weather, a lot of flooding, especially in our interior, where the people live in villages close next to the river. So and also Suriname is very, yeah, we have a lot of risk regarding the sea level rise. Could you go to the next slide, please? Just to give you an idea, 70% or more of the population lives very close by the sea. So if there will be a sea level rise, like you can read here, Paramaribo, that's our capital, is approximately between 0 and 3 meters above sea level. We will be very vulnerable. So that is why disasters is very important for us. Go to the next slide, please. Here I'm going to talk about the frameworks that we use at the NSO for data collection. There's a CARICOM core set. This contains 12 sectors and 61 indicators, where we do have, for circa 69%, we have data. Then we have the United Nations framework for the development of environment statistics, the one that Rina just mentioned. We have about for 50% data for this, and component 4 contains disaster indicators. And also you have the SDGs, where you have 70 goals, 169 targets, and 242 plus indicators. But there are 3 specific goals and targets regarding disasters, and those are target 1.5, targets 11.5, and targets 13.1. And as of this year, we will also use the Global Set on Climate Change Statistics and Indicators framework to try to collect data on climate change, but there are also some indicators regarding the disasters and Sendai framework. You can see in the note highlighted in yellow that all of these frameworks contain indicators from the Sendai framework. Next slide. This year, Suriname submitted their first VNR, and I was part of the VNR team, where 4 goals were selected: SDG 4, 8, 13, and 17. I highlighted 13 because I was partly responsible for writing the chapter on climate change, and where one of the targets, I think it's a target 13.1, wants information about the population affected by a disaster due to extreme weather. So here you can see a table of the ratio per 100,000 people that are affected by a disaster. And on the left, you can also see a table of the status of SDG 13 targets. Next slide, please. I will highlight a little bit about in the VNR, we also had to look at the other indicators that are not specifically only data related, but where the indicators want to know, did you adopt or implement a natural disaster risk reduction strategy, and are they according to the Sendai? We had meetings with our counterpart from the National Relief Center, Mr. Sleengat, and he told us that together with the CDMA, sorry, they worked on a national disaster reduction risk strategy. It isn't adopted yet by the National Assembly, but there is one, and they are using this whenever there's a disaster. I know that when there was COVID, they were using parts of this reduction strategy. And over the past years, some early flood warning systems were installed, and within a few years, we will be able to also collect data on that. Next slide, please. On one more slide. At the NSO, I'm responsible for the environment statistics publication. We are now going to launch our 10th compendium, and this compendium contains 13 chapters, as you can see in the first column. And what I try to do with this table is I try to link the data that we already have collected according to the FDAS. I try to link it with the global set of climate change statistics and indicator. And I highlighted in impacts, you can see where there's a big number 8. That part contains most of the disasters indicators. And I just try to highlight that we do have data. We have about 8, And we are collecting some data. I know there are still other data gaps, but there is some data. I put on the table below, you can see from indicator 39 to indicator 43, those are the disaster-related indicators. So just to give you an idea that there is data, although there are gaps, there are some data. Next slide, please. Just quickly going to talk about the data collection process regarding the Environment Statistics Compendium. We do not have a lot of staff. There's only one person. There's only me working on environment statistics. So we cannot afford to publish annually. We do publish every 2 years, and it takes about one whole year, like 365 days, from data collection until actually publishing. The first quarter, we start with a data request letter, sending the rest. So we have about 50 stakeholders. Then between March and August, what we do, we analyze and we create a zero draft publication. In August, the 19th of August, just a few weeks ago, we host a big workshop where we invite all the stakeholders. This workshop is funded by the UNDP, where this draft publication is presented. People can give their feedback. People could also provide more data. If I, for instance, did not send the data request letter, then again, second letters will be sent. We are now in the phase of sending the second letters and also analyzing the verified data. And in December, we will launch our 10th Environment Statistics Compendium. And hopefully, if everything is well, we will also launch our first Climate Change Statistics and Indicators Compendium, where we will use the global set as our framework. So it's a whole process of 1 year. Next slide, please. This is a slide where we present all the 10 Environment Statistics Compendium. You can see the last 5 of these compendiums are on the GBS website, but they are also on the UNSD website. And another very interesting thing that we did this year is that since June 2020, Suriname launched their Climate Change Knowledge Database, also known as DONDRU. DONDRU is a Surinamese word for thunder. And this database contains not only data on climate change related indicators, but also temperature data, precipitation. We have a link with windy, a weather forecast, sea level rise, etc. So this database is created mostly to monitor the climate change data and also just monitor all the various UNFCCC submissions, but we also added a lot of temperature data. Next slide, please. This is just a slide to show you some data we have. The first graph is from the DONDRU database. It's data on precipitation. And we also have some data from the meteorological surface combined with the World Bank, because for some of the really old data, I use the World Bank data. So just to give you an idea, Suriname has a tropical hot and wet climate with the annual rainfall between 1,600 and 26 millimeter per year. Next slide. Another table also from the DONDRU website and from the Environment Statistics publication is data regarding temperature. You can see from 1960, there's even older data, but I chose 1960. Until now, you can see the flow regarding our temperature. And the annual, since 1960, the annual temperatures increased by 0.2% at an average rate of 0.05 degree, I said percent degree per decade. Next slide, please. And this is a graph regarding sea level rise. For now, we are using data from the World Bank, but we have installed various measurement points. So hopefully in the future, Suriname will be able to produce their own data. But like I mentioned, we are very vulnerable for sea level rise because more than 70 or 80% of the population live at the coastal area. Next slide, please. What are the challenges and weaknesses for the NSO? Of course, since March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the main weaknesses we have is that the NSO relies on administrative data which can result in lower data quality or even no data for some years due to staff turnover. And we've seen the past few years that the statistical capacity at the government needs to be enhanced and increased through more training, especially in the metadata to better understand the FDS, climate change, or the Sendai. Because if I, as an NSO, sent you a data request letter with a specific indicator and you don't understand what I need, the first thing you're going to get is, no, we don't have the data. So that's one of the reasons for the data gaps. Data collection is very time consuming, especially if you don't have a lot of staff. Like in our case, it's only one person. The stakeholders need to be reminded constantly via email, phone, or even through personal visits. And this got even worse with COVID-19. Some of the data is not processed in the required format or is not disaggregated or out of date. So sometimes you do get data, but you can't publish it. And due to lack of financial and human resources, specialized surveys cannot be conducted yet. Next slide, please. Sorry. There are also opportunities. Not everything is bad. We do get a lot of technical assistance and training through participation in various national, regional, think about CARICOM and ECLAC, and international UNSD, UNFCCC, FAO workshops and meetings. We participate in many environment statistics, but also climate change workshops and disasters meeting. Could be either virtual or physical. In May this year, we participated in the Caribbean Regional Workshop on measuring effectiveness of early warning systems. And just last week or 2 weeks ago, sorry, I participated in the sub-regional event from ECLAC, Strengthening Environment, Climate Change, and Disaster Information in the Caribbean. It's very nice to have these meetings because you learn from others and you can also share your, the challenges or the advantages you have. Since 2016, the GBS is a member of the EGS. We're also a member of the CARICOM Technical Working Group on SDGs and on environmental statistics. And the GBS is also part of the SMIN. That's a Suriname Environmental Information Network that's also mentioned in the Environment Framework that was approved in 2020. And the idea of this network is to have focal points from various ministries and institutes that will provide data to us. Next slide, please. We have a good collaboration with stakeholders for more than 50 stakeholders from the government, the private sectors, and international organizations. For disaster statistics, for instance, we collaborate with our National Center for Disaster Relief and the Meteorology Service. And we also have a very good collaboration with the Ministry of Spatial Planning and Environment. They are the ministry responsible for anything that's climate change policy related, and also the National Institute for the Environment for Development in Suriname. I mentioned the workshop. We just had a workshop on the 19th of August. And this workshop really helps because you invite all the stakeholders and then you present what you have. And through working group discussions, people find out saying, okay, you have a data gap here, but you could contact Mr. A and Mr. B, because at the NSO, we don't always know who to contact and we don't always know what is there. Sometimes when you send a letter, and you just get a plain no, we don't have data, you just stop there. But when you have a workshop, you learn a lot. And what's very important about the workshop is I also teach these stakeholders, I do my best. I try to introduce all the indicators to them. The FDS, this year I introduced the global set, so they know what is important for the NSO and what's important for international reporting. Next slide,
Thank
please.
you. Yeah, okay, last slide.
It's the last slide. Lessons learned. Quality and availability of data is most critical issue. Human and technical and financial resources are scarce. Environment statistics, climate change statistics, and disaster statistics should be a priority issue for the government. Otherwise, reporting will remain as ad hoc actions. Experience of applying the global set of indicators was very beneficial in raising awareness, strengthening dialogue, identifying data availability gaps, and data sharing among stakeholders. And it's recommended that similar approach for the statistical frame for disasters could be followed, and there is need for more technical capacity. Next slide. I think that's the last slide. The next one.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is just an idea of what happens when we have extreme flooding or when roofs are torn out. And you can see in the photos in the interior, if there is flooding, how bad it is because the people live very close by to the rivers. Thank you so much.
Angeli, that was really quite insightful, and thank you for those photos to share really the visual effect of everything that is being monitored and collected in terms of data. I can tell you what I will never forget from now on is Dondru for thunder. I'm very happy to have learned a new word, and it is so appropriate when we see the flooding at the end that you are so close to the hurricane circles that are happening just north to you. This database Dondru, which signifies thunder, is so appropriate. In our region, we have a database called Manara, which is lighthouse. Also, we're on the coastal zone, but using local language to help convey the importance of data and access to this data that helps VNRs and other instruments are so central. And thank you for sharing your experience. We have a couple questions, and we didn't want to cut off the speakers, but I'd like to turn over Wafa to just have two questions so we can get to the next panelists.
We
Wafa.
have two participants who raised their hands. I have to remind you, please put the name of your country or organization before your name. So I will start with Suad Mubarak from GCC Stat. Suad, you can take the floor for a quick question. Suad, if you can't, you can send me your question on, yes. Let me see.
Suad, can you take off the mute? We can't hear you. Okay, but Wafa, why don't we go
Yes.
to the next one?
We
We'll
go
go
to
back
the
Suad.
next, Ophelia in Shoradel. If you tell us which country and if you can ask your question, please.
Ophelia, you can unmute from the bottom left of the Zoom screen if you're having problems. We're not able to hear you.
Okay, so maybe
Suad, do you want to try one more time to unmute so you can convey your question?
we have other questions on the chat. So I'm very glad that people are introducing themselves from all over, like especially from the Arab region. So we're glad that this forum allows for this interaction. But we have a question if there is a network or a WhatsApp group for disaster practitioners. I don't know, like we don't have this, but maybe my colleague from ESCAP or Rahul can advise if there's any group who can communicate quickly on a WhatsApp group.
We don't have a WhatsApp as such, but what we recommend is to register with the preventionweb.net because there are specific community groups, and you can also, specifically go into groups that you are interested in apart from just on disaster risk reduction. Thank you.
We're going to just try one more time, Suad or Ophelia, if you can unmute, because I've now lost you from our screen. Would you like to try to come in and unmute and ask your question? If not, we'll go in and there'll be another opportunity. Do you want to ask questions to the speakers? No? Okay. All right, let's continue. There'll be another break in two segments. If you come on board, please type your question in the chat so that we can also convey it to the group and get response from the speakers. Let's go to the next one. I'm delighted to have with us two distinguished speakers to talk about disaster loss and damages. First, Nidal Badr from Palestine will be joining us from the Environmental Agency in Palestine, who is also a member of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage at the UNFCCC. He'll give an overview, and then that will be followed by Mr. Sonja Kreft, Executive Director of the Munich Climate Insurance Initiative, who also supports the technical expert group on comprehensive risk management. But we'll start with Nidal, if you can connect in. There we are. We see you, Nidal.
Thank you so much.
Please, اتفضل. Go ahead.
Or shall I do it from my side?
It's breaking up a little bit, but if you speak a bit louder,
Okay.
hopefully we can.
My presentation or you?
Breaking up a little bit, hopefully we can hear you.
Sorry, I didn't think. I apologize for the connectivity issues, but I didn't receive you. Shall I share my presentation from my side? Okay. Second, please.
Yes, why don't you do it yourself if you can try?
Yeah, sure.
It will help us to avoid the delay. If you have a problem,
It
it's
was
the green
disabled.
button.
The host is disabling screen sharing.
Yeah, if I might kindly ask, I think it makes sense if you, if the organizer shares the slides, because we have a combined slide deck, Nadal and me.
Sure, that will be great.
Okay, fine. We'll post it up. We'll post it. Just be aware that there might be a slight delay. Very good. Do you see it, Nidal?
Not yet. I hope it's coming. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Very good. Please proceed.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from Palestine. And thanks for the organizers for giving the TEG CRM of the WEM the opportunity to participate and share ideas in this very important platform. I think it is very important to us, and it is our great pleasure to represent for me the XCOM WEM, and thanks for Sonke to join as a member in the TEG CRM in that regard. My name is Nidal Katwi. I'm working as Minister Advisor for Climate Change in Palestine. I'm pleased to be a member in the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage and the XCOM for the last couple of years. And thanks for sharing the slides. So what is the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage, which is the mechanism for the loss and damage created under the Conference of Parties of the UNFCCC. It was established in 2019, in 2013 under COP19 in Warsaw in Poland. It was established to address loss and damage associated with impact of climate change, including extreme events as well as slow-onset events in developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effect of climate change. The executive committee of the Warsaw of the WEM, or the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage, guides the implementation of the functions of the mechanism. Next, please. So the technical expert group on comprehensive risk management guides the work on comprehensive risk management. So the work of the TEG CRM is to support the strategic work stream on comprehensive risk management of the 5 years rolling work plan of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw Mechanism for Loss and Damage, which focuses on comprehensive risk management approaches to address and build long-term resilience of countries, vulnerable populations, and communities to loss and damage, including in relation to extreme as well as slow onset events. So this strategic work stream aims to enhance the knowledge and understanding of the comprehensive risk management approaches, including issues related to finance, data, technology, regulatory environments, as well as capacity building. And the TEG CRM is one of 5 expert working groups working on the implementation of the work plan of the XCOM. Next, please. So, in principle, timely access to reliable data, information, and knowledge base is paramount to essential to take timely and right decisions to ensure minimum impacts of natural disasters and/or climate change impacts. Integrating efforts of all relevant stakeholders will maximize efficiency of resources used, including technical, technological, financial, human resources, as well as expertise. So creating some kind of national core team or national platform, bringing these national players who are really working on very relevant platforms or arenas in one platform, talking to each other in one on the same table. This is extremely important. That brings all relevant core stakeholders who are working on the SDGs, on the DRR, on the climate change adaptation, climate change loss and damage, meteorological people who are working on the national meteorological offices, offices of statistics. All these people are really working in very much arenas, but in many cases, in some platforms, they are not sitting on the same table, sharing ideas on the one central platform. And this is really a missed opportunity. For example, the satellite data and information are invaluable to feed decision-making process and to ensure that whatever decision is taking is really informed by the information and data and knowledge in the right and most efficient manner. So maximizing the outcome of joint efforts is crucial and important. So no more work on the basis of the business as usual or normal, as we are really working, especially to confront the abnormal, unprecedented challenges. This needs a creative and unprecedented approaches in dealing with these kind of areas. Next, please. Next. So, in principle, sorry, the previous one. In principle, the satellite are creating a lot of very important, timely information through the climate information services. That is very useful and very helpful and very essential indeed for all climate relevant communities who are working on different areas, especially for the DRR community, the climate change adaptation community, the climate change loss and damage. And considering that almost 90%, this is what science is telling, 80 to 90% of the natural disasters are climate relevant. So it is very much important that the timely information are received for all these communities. And we know well that all these communities are sharing whatever they have in data or information with the national statistical offices. But the idea that the horizontal exchange of data and information and sitting on the same national platform, really this is missing in very on many of our countries. So these people are working on different silos. They are working on standalone platforms that they do not communicate efficiently on a timely manner or well joint working platforms. So this kind of missing opportunity, really, we need to overcome such kind of missing opportunity of these gaps, just to be sure that we are maximizing the efficiency of all relevant resources. So it is the idea and my message only from my very brief presentation is just to be sure and the importance of having creating such kind of platform that brings all these stakeholders on one central platform. And my final slide before moving to Sanki, the next slide, please. So what we need is exactly the transformational change in our approaches and in our management, just to be sure that we are working together, we are maximizing the output of this teamwork, we are not losing whatever opportunity, and we are just sure that we are working to ensure that we are all on the same page, we are all having the maximum output from our input efforts. Thank you so much, and just giving the floor for Sanke to continue the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nidal. Please, Sanke, continue.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. Good afternoon, morning, delegates and co-presenters. I quickly want to go on a few concrete messages towards the subject of the session. And as Nadal already mentioned, the TechCM is looking at several outputs, actually had a plan of action lasting 3 years, and we're looking for a renewed plan of action to be endorsed at this COP. And we are very much focusing on the topic that you were raising in your background and problem statement, how to link the different communities together. I just want to highlight one of the outputs that was prepared by UNDRR called the Technical Guidance on Comprehensive Risk Assessment and Planning in the Context of Climate Change. It's a very substantive document, and we as a TechCRM group also went through it and endorsed it as one of our milestones of the plan of action. So I encourage all delegates to have a read and to see on how this can be applied to your local and national context. Next slide, please. So this was a little bit of an excursion. I want to now talk about integrating climate and disastrous data to build resilience. And next slide, and full slide to get all the, yep, thanks. You can also directly go to the next slide. Okay, and basically what we have done is together with again the respective members of the TechCRM from UNDRR, MCI, as well as United Nations University Institute for Environment and Human Security, to conduct a workshop series at the regional climate weeks organized by the UNFCCC Secretariat. And the topic of that conversation was unifying climate risk data at the country level. So I spent the next 8 minutes or so to go through some of the background information and the lessons learned that came out of this workshop series. You see on this slide only Asia Pacific, but we did the same event at the Latin American and also the African Climate Week. Okay, next slide. So some of the challenges that participants raised in terms of climate risk data is to have accurate and reliable data. We also discussed challenge around access, was probably the most stated challenge, storage and processing of climate data, not only to have the raw data, but then also to provide concrete services. We also do have a high level of complexity, and they're not necessarily user-friendly to the communities that actually should work with the quality with the data. And there are big issues around data quality and quantity. So, for example, we identified gaps around impact data, cost data for damages, to look at the intangibles, for example, business interruption risk and risk data, or ecosystem. This is also a major gap, a major challenge when we're actually looking into data gaps. Are a major challenge when we're looking into using, for example, new methodologies like machine learning or deep learning, because it basically builds out of bad quality data and then also translates into bad quality predictions. Participants discuss legal issues around data sharing, often also conflict of interest, for example, if data is held by private sector entities, for example. Identified lack of data standards and also a lack of data certification to have standard data ecosystem. And then, of course, also highlighting that this is not a technical issue, but it's also very much an equity and political economy consideration, that especially low-income countries have poor access to data or have poor quality data only at the hand, and in addition to other challenges. Next slide, please. So some of the lessons learned that participants actually brought together is that the downscalable and localized data is still one of the major challenges. And I already mentioned how this, for example, data gaps linked to project and protract then, for example, in AI approaches. Inclusivity in risk management, and then I think that is a priority that we can all agree to, is also contingent on the availability of data or disaggregated data that reflects the different types of vulnerabilities. For example, we discussed very much the need for gender disaggregated data, but also other factors of intersectionality. And data monitoring is actually needed to have effective investments into risk reduction globally, and there also needs to be a global investment into the space. Next slide, please. In terms of data management, participants, and I mean, these are very much high-level aggregate messages. So of course, we also we were looking into specific challenges and some of the regions. In terms of data management, lack of data standardization for high-quality, comparable, and comprehensive risk assessment was highlighted and underlined by the participants, especially when we're talking about interconnected and compounding complex risk situations, and also root causes of risks. Participants also highlighted that risks or risk management is an interdisciplinary effort, and it often transcends administrative borders. So a risk doesn't stop at a national boundary. So this should also need to be considered into the risk management to look at transregional risk management approaches, for example. And looking further, this also needs to translate into how the risk data is prepared and maintained. So to have partnerships that actually look, for example, at the regional level to prepare relevant risk data. Next slide. In terms of data use, it was quite clear that the data is only as good as its usability. So if the data is not a means to an end, it is something that needs to be used by the different communities for example, forward-looking adaptation planning and development. And this should also be at the top of the mind of creating a data ecosystem, for example, between climate and disaster risk reduction communities. And investment in data infrastructure also need to translate into concrete benefits for risk assessment and management. We discussed quite a bit around different methodologies, for example, and we also came to the conclusion that it's important to combine objective and subjective risk data and quantitative and qualitative risk data for these purposes. Next slide. And this is the last slide in terms of lessons learned. And so data enables effective communication of risk and risk reduction measures. So one can also track progress. I think that was very much also a take-home message I took out of the first presentation, of the first two presentations. Communities are key partners and should directly benefit from the available data. So that this is not done in capitals, but this is done basically with the frontline communities. That the way how data is created and maintained and sampled, created, maintained, involves these communities and has this level of ownership. Okay, I will now, before I close, just another 2 slides on the topic of open data and open source data, which we also discussed as part of the workshop series. And I don't want to leave this also for further discussion. So I think it's very important that we actively push an open data agenda. Data belongs to the human race. And for example, it's also protected by the Aarhus Convention. It is a public good. So often it is used by, or is created by using public money, by using government money or international organizations' money. Data or facts cannot be legally copyrighted. If, for example, data is restricted, then there are questions around inequality, what I already mentioned before. Data is required for the smooth process of running, for example, socioeconomic development, healthcare, education, and I can also add like risk-specific and climate adaptation-specific challenges. And also from a research perspective, it's important to make available this data because this accelerates the discovery rate and it accelerates innovation in general. And at the end, also it helps to tackle what we call data rot, that basically the data is just collected but not really used by the different stakeholders. Next slide. So these are all the good points, but there are also some challenges, and we should acknowledge those. Often government funding should not be used to, for example, duplicate activities that would otherwise happen by the private sector. So if there can be a business case, then this would also be prudent to take this into account. There needs to be a revenue earned by publishing data to cover the cost of generating data. So that data can also be disseminated indefinitely and not only rely on public sources. There are privacy and sovereign concerns around some of the data, which may prevent like open data policy also from a sovereign and a national security perspective. And also the process to actually prepare the data is fairly labor intensive. And so this is a step that needs to be remunerated also to make this work. And in a similar line, often the raw data or the data as it exists cannot be used without additional processes. And again, there's then the question on how to incentivize this step in an open data ecosystem. So these were some of the discussions we had. Happy to take on questions and looking forward to further discussions.
Thank you so much, Sanke. Again, thank you, Nidal. We'll go on to the next presentation. And again, very interesting points regarding risk, vulnerability. Vulnerability also as different maybe from gender disaggregated data sets, but how this all puts into play how we think about disasters that can not only contribute to negotiations, such as what's going on under the UNFCCC and what's happening also even under Sendai, but how it actually deals with business and how they assess risk and how governance units assess risk as well. So let's get to the next one, and then we'll open up for questions. Really, we're delighted to have Angela Feruza, head of the Division for Environment, Territory, and Register of Geographic and Territorial Units from the Italian Institute of Statistics, join us right now. And Angela is also chair of the UN ECE task force on measuring hazardous events and disasters at our sister UN commission in Geneva. Angela, if you'd like to try to pop up your own presentation, we'll start with that. If it doesn't work, we'll do it for you. And I understand you'll be talking about sustainability, climate change, and hazard events, statistics experiences from an Italian perspective. Angela, do you want to try to pop up your own presentation?
Yes, I'm trying.
If it's not working, we'll do it for you.
Let me see.
Letting you do it, the green light on the bottom.
Okay, but yes, only 1 minute because I had to close.
Thank you, and apologies for the tech. There we go. Your success, the first success. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to close this,
Yeah.
but I think I can.
Display.
No, I'm trying to.
There we go. Perfect.
Did you see anything? Not okay. Okay. Yes. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. And I will try to share with you the Italian experience and that are full of challenges as I have heard it happens from the most of us. One of the first point is that the action for climate change and hazardous events and sustainability are strictly connected. And in the National Statistical Institute, we all believe that the statistical measurement of climate change, hazardous events, and sustainability are in concrete action to face with the climate change and hazardous events. And so the first point, it has been during all this year to try to share these ideas with all the stakeholders in the national statistical system, trying to have their collaboration, because some of the statistical measures could be produced in the National Statistical Institutes, but a lot of them has to be produced in the National Statistical System. So the progress require developing and agreeing on concepts and methods in the National Statistical Organization also, but for the most of the time with all the stakeholders in the national statistical systems. And this is exactly what also Anjali shared with us. I mean, we need to increase the knowledge of all the stakeholders related to the metadata, the necessity, the statistical measures, and the indicator. And this is one of the most important steps that we have to follow in this step-by-step approach. The second step, of course, is to try to use and disseminate the already existing data and indicators that could be used to build statistical measures and indicators, because sometimes we have some statistics in the National Statistical Institute, and we have to share the information related to the metadata and the necessity with all our colleagues to try to improve the best use of what we already have. And this happened in the National Statistical Institute in Italy, and this was the basis to produce the sustainable development indicators and then climate change indicators. And the other important step is to use these statistical measures and these indicators in the effort that the stakeholders are improving, considering the monitoring of the national strategy of sustainable development, and also the monitoring of the ecological transition plan that in Italy is strictly related with the European Green Deal. Of course, the third step is the production of other data and indicators. Therefore, climate change and hazardous events related statistics are for sure a challenge for the National Statistical Organization. ISTAT is increasing the statistical measures, and I would like to show better what with some concrete example. Of course, as I told before, we started considering the integrated approach among climate change, SDGs, and disaster risk reduction. And we considered this integrated approach in all our statistical experiences. And this produce the production of statistical measures and indicators in different annual reports. We have a lot of indicators in our annual report on sustainable development goals, And this report is produced, the report is produced every year, and the statistical measures are updated. The system is updated every 6 months. We have also some indicators inside our annual report on competitiveness of enterprises. And we produced this year a new statistical report on climate change. Considering, for example, the statistical measure that we have in our SDGs report, we have some measures and a section of the report, so of course, dedicated to the SDGs 13. And in it, we have some analysis dedicated to the total greenhouse gas emission per year, but also dedicated to the number of deaths that we have in the period, considering the different regions. What I have to tell to you is that one of the points that is very important in all the production of all these statistical measures is that we have to consider the different disaggregation, because the feeling is the idea is the hypothesis that is behind all this work is that is very important to face with the possibility to leave no one behind, and to consider this approach. Of course, it is very, very important for all the plan to have information detailed at the territorial level. And instead, in another ebook dedicated to environment and economy that was disseminated in 2020, we considered the indicators that were suggested by UNEC related to climate change, and we make an effort to understand which indicators are disposable, for Italy using environmental accounts or using other statistics, and which measures are not disposable. And for them, we have to work to improve and to increase the production of data. And so this kind of work that was considered was very important, was disseminated in this report, but was very important to increase the awareness of the situation related to climate change and hazardous events, together with always integrated with sustainability. And so this kind of analysis, of course, give us the idea that we have more problems and we need to increase statistical information related to impacts and adaptation, and that in any case, this kind of information is not produced considering environmental account. Instead, in the case of drivers and emission, we have a lot of statistical measures that could be produced considering environmental accounts. And because it is very, very important to consider the territorial disaggregation, you have to think that as far as my experiences, we, as I told before, we in Italy, the statistical measures related to climate change, hazardous events, and sustainability, but I can assure you the statistical indicators related to hazardous events and climate change are very important in the set of statistical measures that are considered to monitor the national strategy in Italy and to monitor the ecological transition plan. And for each of these plans, it is necessary to have as much as we can the territorial disaggregation. This is the reason for which during the last year and also this year, in ISTAT, we tried to increase the feasibility assessment of implementation at subnational level. And one of the results of this effort was the statistical report that was disseminated in March 2022, that is related to climate change, and that focus on temperature, air pollution, green areas, and energy for some municipalities. And in this report, we try to consider for the main Italian cities some statistical measures that we collect using this survey on meteoclimatic and hydrological data. And some of these measures are dedicated to the Italian urban warming and considers the anomalies of annual average temperature, the anomalies in temperature. Some, I will try to go quickly because I don't want to use all the time on this, but some of them were dedicated to the negative anomalies related to the total precipitation. Again, considering some big cities in Italy, in this case, 18 cities in 2020. And instead, some data dedicated to the positive anomalies of annual average temperature. And at the end, we focus the attention in special on Milano, Roma, and Napoli, considering not only the anomalies of annual average temperature and precipitation, because in this case we consider that we try to link in an urban context these meteoclimatic indicators linked with the other indicators describing pressure or mitigation factor, has air pollution, proportion of green areas, and road traffic pressure. And considering this data with special attention on these three major cities, to show how meteoclimatic condition can interact with other environmental variables and favor the urban heat island effect and air pollution. So, where in this report we analyzed this data dedicated to the temperature anomalies and raining anomalies, and we analyzed this together with other indicators, like as for example, the exceeding of limit sets for health protection by man pollution. And this was very interesting to put together not only data on meteoclimatic, data on meteoclima related also to element of exceeding, so extreme events, but to put together this information with other information related to climate change and the effect on the population. And for example, I have to assure you that this summer we will have this statistical provisional statistical measures in the next months. But for example, this summer we had a very high temperature period in June and July and August, and we had already a number of deaths in July that is higher, in June and July, that is higher than usual in the big cities. These are provisional data. And so, considering, but the important things of this report, as I told before, is that we consider together the information related to the meteoclimatic situation with the information related not only the quality of air, but also the energy consumption, the road traffic pressure, and the proportion of green areas. Try to consider together this information and to have an idea of the interlinkages among these different statistical measures. This is only an example of the work that we are trying to produce. We will have again another climate change report next year, and we will try to put together not only this kind of information related to the urban situation, but also some statistical measures related to, in general, climate change and the effect considering hazardous events. But again, I want to put the attention of all of you on the importance, the necessity to consider the interrelation between social, environmental, economic domains, and to put the attention to the necessity to go from global to local. What I mean is that is very important. One of the very important effort is to try to use the indicators and the statistical measures proposed by the international frameworks, to use them not only at the national, to produce data not only at national level, but also at regional and local level, because this statistical measure could be very important, for example, in the like ecological transition or SDGs. I think I finished.
Great. Okay, Angela, are we wrapped up?
Okay.
Okay. Yes? Okay. Thank you so much for that. A lot of insights there. And I really like the highlights about anomalies, because I think that's one of those areas when we think about the changing trends and looking at the anomalies relative to the prior averages. And that's where also the disaster community and the climate change community sometimes have different perspectives, where we have projections looking to the future versus trends trying to project on the future to help planning. So highlighting the importance of anomalies here is quite interesting. And it also, I'd love to have a discussion about how we average sometimes in statistics to go forward. And it sometimes hides the number of extremes that are happening. You know, those peaks, that exactly what you were referencing, those peak temperatures that we're experiencing in Italy, across Europe, in the United States, elsewhere, are sometimes lost when we average out. So thinking about these changes, and when we project future, that it's not just trends. I mean, we are going at a different level, and that's why the climate community sometimes goes into projections that increase uncertainty. But this story about the anomaly is really, anomalies when we look at data are quite important to highlight. And I thank you for raising that, as well as the other important issues there. I know that there's a hand raised. I just want to make sure that we have an opportunity for the 100th 40 participants online to also have a chance to ask you, Angela, Nadal, and Sonki questions. If I could turn to Wafa to ask the
Yes,
speaker.
sure. So thank you very much for the speakers, and we're happy to answer questions. Raisuni Muhammad Yassin, please try to unmute yourself and ask your question. Yeah, I don't know. It's not working. Yeah. If this doesn't work, please can you write your question in the chat? So we'll pick up any question you want to ask for the speakers. Can you read it, please? I can see it. Okay, yeah. Yes, I see the question from Philippines, Anna Trinidad Rivera. Do we have a threshold or tipping point for countries to make impactful decisions for climate change?
Who would like to take that one?
Maybe a national perspective.
Nidal, Sanke, Angela, a national perspective on thresholds where response to climate change should be triggered. Any Sanke, would you like to?
Yeah, I mean,
make
it's
a feedback?
I don't have a complete answer to that. I agree, but it's also to some extent an abstract construct. I think one way to do it is that we actually try to also gather information around impacts, including observed impacts, and that already helps to get an understanding of what also potential thresholds could be, and then projecting that and considering that also, for example, for your adaptation planning. And then one thing is also, I didn't mention that, but risk data is also important to condition, for example, relevant financial instruments. In the climate and disaster risk finance community, we always talk about a risk layered approach, which looks at different severity of risks and also then putting the right financial instruments to it. For example, insurance economically makes most sense when we are talking about very rare events that also cannot be addressed to alternative means of risk mitigation or risk management. And that in itself also considers the notion of a threshold. So when you are, for example, talking about a certain risk reduction practice that can help you to avoid or reduce the most lethal impact from, say, a superstorm event. And you know through your damage functions, okay, that at a certain amount, basically you have to rebuild, you have to recover quicker and faster. Then you're also talking about a different risk financing instrument, for example, risk transfer instrument. And that's also a way to connect it to thresholds.
Very good. Angela, did you want to come in on that?
Yes, as far as my experience at the moment, I don't think that we have, we can speak about a threshold or tipping point, but what I found in my experience is that it was very important to consider and to try to make the situation easy, to consider some of these indicators related to the extreme events, meteoclimatic extreme events, and also to the population that suffers of the events and so on, to add these kind of indicators in the plan. In fact, in Italy, we have some of these indicators that are considered in the national sustainable development strategy, but also in the ecological transition plan. That is the plan that Italy is preparing for Green Deal, and also the plan of resilience and resistance of this period. So it is important that These kind of statistical measures are ready because it was possible for ISTAT to push to have the possibility to have these indicators considered to monitor the situation in this general plan. Also because these are national plan, but after this there are regional plan and also municipality plan. And in this way we can try to maybe to work in concrete way on threshold and tipping point.
You know, that's a very good point. Sometimes those, well, not often, those thresholds are at a local level or a subnational level, because definitely what's happening in the north of Italy and the south of Italy would probably have different tripping points. So thinking local is very important. Thank you for raising that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you to the speakers. Well, let's go to our next pair of speakers to continue on this. And actually, it's quite timely because I believe Mace will be talking actually about climate trends and looking at different administrative units where climate is impacts and hazards are being observed. So with pleasure, we'll turn to our next pair of speakers. Michael Mace is environmental data scientist in the Earth Observations Unit at the Environment Performance and Information Division at OECD in their Environmental Directorate. Michael's been working on climate impacts and hazards and will be sharing with us a presentation on advancing methodology for monitoring exposure to climate-related hazards. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you. And we see your presentation.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for having me. My name is Mikhail. I'm part of the Environment Directorate at the OECD. And specifically, we've been working within the team and as part of a program called the International Program for Action on Climate, on a project to develop indicators for developing climate-related hazards. And a key framework that really has been at the basis of our thinking and the thinking process of developing this project has been the Ipcc framework on risk assessment, and that consists of three key dimensions. On one hand, it's about assessing the hazard. That can be, for example, extreme temperature or extreme precipitation. Then looking at the exposed asset that is exposed to this hazard. That could be, for example, the population exposed to extreme temperatures. And a third key dimension is the vulnerability component. How does parts of the population, such as, for example, elderly, how are they impacted by extreme temperatures and heat waves? And we are really specifically intending and meant to work with geospatial data sources, and that comes with its own limitations. And I think some former presentations as well, the data availability, vulnerability. It's one of the reasons why we've really focused it specifically on the hazard and exposure component for now in this project. And so we really developed indicators for 7 key domains of climate-related hazards: extreme temperature, extreme precipitation, drought, wildfire, wind threats, river flooding, and coastal flooding. And this is really based on an extensive qualitative review of global geospatial data sources. And on the right, you can see an example of the different exposure indicators that were developed based on these. I won't go into much detail because this is a long list, but really we're looking at exposure of population, of built up area, of cropland or forests to different kinds of these hazards. And a key component of this project and of the objectives were really to use these high spatial temporal, these data sources with high spatial temporal resolution, particularly because we want to look on the national level, but also on the subnational level. Data sources that are also frequently updated, because we want to develop time series, and just like in the former presentation, anomalies, for example. And also the use of a variety of methods for each of the domains, because there are other climate-related hazards which we may want to include in the future, but maybe today, because of data availability issues, are not possible to create just yet. And I'd like to take you to some of the results of this project around different regions of the world to kind of have a look at some of the results that we've developed based on these indicators. For extreme temperature, we looked at a variety of indices. There are things like the number of hot days, summer night, tropical nights, or a combined tropical night and hot days. There's also what you see here in this visualization, the universal thermal climate index, the UTCI index, which also includes not just temperature, but also humidity, solar radiation, amongst others. And it gives us an idea of the population exposure to heat stress. And you can see that the south of Europe is particularly exposed, with countries such as Spain, Italy, and Greece having more than 60 days of strong heat stress exposure per year. And when we go on a subnational level, as you can see, it kind of highlights how important it is to look at that, because you see particular regions in the south of Spain or in Italy that really have a much higher heat stress exposure than other regions of the country. And so this emphasizes once more, just like the presentation of Angela, this importance to looking at the subnational level. Countries such as Indonesia, India, and Saudi Arabia were actually at the top of the list in terms of experiencing strong heat stress exposure, with over 250 days per year of strong heat stress exposure. Going to another region of the planet, I would like to discuss a bit extreme precipitation. Here we are in the north of South America, and here we're using total precipitation data from Copernicus Climate Data Store to really assess the extreme precipitation events. And we're doing this based on an indicator that has been developed by the European Environment Agency using the 99th percentile of the climate normal period. And what you see really is that particular regions of the country for the year of 2021, for example, had more than 1 week of extreme precipitation events. When developing these into indicators, we really see that the south of Colombia, for example, has a much higher amount of land exposed to extreme precipitation events according to the north compared to the north. And this really kind of aligns also with the Andean range in the country that is separating the east from the west. But even in the west, there are departments such as Risaralda or Cundinamarca departments that really have 19 to 23% of territory exposed to extreme precipitation events. These very same regions have had landslides and civilian casualties in the past decades due to extreme rainfall. When looking at countries with cropland exposure to extreme rainfall, we see countries such as Indonesia, Peru, Colombia, that have a really high percentage of cropland exposure to these extreme precipitation events. And we wanted to have a look as well at the amount of their GDP that is based on agricultural or fisheries practices. And we noticed that a lot of these countries that have also very high extreme precipitation events, cropland exposure to that, also have a very high proportion of their GDP allocated to agriculture. And this is a really important message on how some countries, some developing countries, of which the GDP has a high contribution allocated to agriculture, are also sometimes the countries with the higher exposure to these extreme precipitation events. Going to extreme drought, I wanted to take you to the north of the America, where we looked at soil moisture data and created over time something called the average cropland soil moisture anomaly data, using a reference period 1981-2010. And what you see here is a very nice example of how a national aggregate does not necessarily show much. But when we go on a subnational level, we see a lot more detail really on different regions that are being affected by extreme droughts. You see here that the southwest of the US and the northwest of Mexico has a particularly high cropland soil moisture anomaly. And this also happens to correlate with the same region where even this year there was a huge drought in the Colorado River Basin. And some lakes, such as, for example, Lake Mead, had record low levels of water. And this is rather important because in the case of the US, for example, 15% of agricultural activities occur and are irrigated by this river system. So really tracking the risks of this is important, is a cautionary tale of what, what can happen in the future if we do not address the issues of climate change. Countries such as Argentina and South Africa experienced some of the highest cropland soil moisture anomalies, with more than 6% decrease in the past 5 years compared to the reference period. Going to one last theme, because I won't be discussing all of the themes that we've developed and all of the indicators that we've developed. I wanted to take you to the South Americas to discuss the issue of wildfires and burning. And we used here global wildfire information system data, which is good data because they really process raw satellite imagery from MODIS satellite system from NASA to distinguish particular fire events. And it allows you to really assess the number of fire events and, more importantly, the amount of burnt area, the extent, whichever year you want. And you see here in the South Americas that particular regions are more affected than others. There's regions in the west of Brazil, like the Pantanal region, which is a famous nature reserve system, has experienced a lot of burning in 2021, for example. And we see that over the 5-year average, countries such as Australia, South Africa, Brazil, India have a high percentage of land that was burned over those 5 years on average. But when looking, for example, at the absolute amount of burnt area, then really countries like Australia and Brazil come up high. It is important to note, however, that for some countries, there is a historical land management and usage of burning for land management. So not all of these burnt areas are really also wildfires. And that distinction is difficult to make using satellite imagery, but it's important to note nonetheless. So I think the key takeaways I wanted to give to you before handing over back to you was really this OECD working paper that has been developed. This work will be presented at COP27 as well in more detail, and the paper will be published as well before COP27. And really, it is possible to develop internationally comparable indicators for climate-related hazards on a national and subnational level, but there are obviously limitations. An example limitation, as I just discussed, was that observed burnt area extent isn't always representative for the actual wildfire occurrence in a country, but there are many more limitations. Hazards do not represent disasters, but nonetheless, they can inform us of the potential risk of a disaster occurring. And I think that's really an important connection with the broader disaster-related statistics. And finally, a wish for the future really is the need for new and updated data sources. There are a number of hazard domains that we did not address at this stage because we did not find good geospatial data sources on a global scale. There's particular other exposed assets we might want to look at that we currently don't find the right data sources for. For example, there is a data source of cattle density, which could be useful for looking at heat stress exposure, but we only found this data source for one particular year. It doesn't get updated frequently across the world. But the third one as well, assessing vulnerability to really, I think someone took over the presentation.
Sorry, I think Hassan is coming on board. It's his turn next.
Okay, well, I just
finished. Are
finished.
You wrapping up?
Yeah, so really, I was just going to finish.
Hassan, can you stop sharing, please, your screen? Just 2 minutes, Dr. Hassan. If you can stop sharing your screen, please. Yeah, finish up, Mike Nikel.
Can you see it again?
It's coming back online, yes, but you have to scroll down to the end. I think you're at, oh no, this is still Hassan Jashti. Hassan, can you just wait for a minute or two? Yeah, Lamaika, why don't you give your last couple of points in any case?
Yeah, it's really just to end, just that also vulnerability data sources are needed, that we did not find it, especially on a global scale with that high spatial temporal resolution. And this is rather important if we want to move to assessing the risk to climate-related natural hazards, not just the exposure to these. And I just wanted to finish really showing the link to the International Program for Action Climate, of which this work is part of. And I wanted to thank you as well for your attention. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Mikhail. That's very interesting. And, you know, pictures, I know everyone here, statistics, you like numbers, but pictures say 1,000 words, right? And 1,000 figures as well. When you see differences in hazards depicted at the administrative level, subnational level, and then at pixels. And I think this is something we have to also appreciate, because as mentioned before, obviously climate disaster risks are transboundary. And by transboundary, it doesn't mean interstate only, but between units at the subnational level. So being able to use these different instruments for visualizing what has happening, what can happening, and what could happen, and what may happen in the future is very important for showing trends, but also showing risks in the future, again, using pixels and not only averages over administrative districts, which are sometimes much easier to manage for decision makers and for assessing risks and for telling insurance companies who are more comfortable with those administrative districts that you were showing. And, you know, Germany has, well, I don't want to say hundreds, but dozens and dozens of those subnational, as you can see from that European map, versus Lebanon, which was the whole country, even though we have topography going from snow-capped mountains to the sea level. So using both tools, really, that's what your presentation highlighted, from the wildfires that are more pixelated versus administrative districts. That's something really we should think about. And if I could say also the reference to the Colorado River, pixels can help show watersheds. Pixels data that is at that a 10-kilometer scale or a 50-kilometer scale, whatever is coming out on the information, can help basin level, coastal zone area, not only national and administrative unit level. And using that, I think, is great when we try to also bridge between the DRR and climate change communities. So thank you very much for that. Very insightful and visual. But we will turn to Dr. Hassan Dashti right now and then open up to questions. Dr. Hassan, you're coming in from Kuwait, and we're pleased to have you with us as Superintendent of Climatology in the Department of Meteorology in the Directorate General of Civil Aviation of Kuwait. So it's really showing the breadth of scale when we're talking about climatology in a Met service nested in a transport agency. So it shows how important these conversations are across sectors and dimensions. I turn it over to you, Dr. Hassan. We'd love to see you if you have a camera, but we do see your presentation online if you would like to proceed. Nice to also be with you again. Please, Dr. Dashti. Voila, yes, we can see you now.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry, Carol, for interrupting you because I was trying to.
No problem. The enthusiasm was evident. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I'm Hassan Dashti. I'm from Kuwait, Superintendent of Climatology and Director General of Civil Aviation in the Met Office. So I'll try to be short, and maybe the slides are more than 30, but I'll be short, I hope so. So we will talk today about the importance of the data, especially the climatological data in the DRR. As you know, you cannot move any step without data, without accurate data. So we believe that the role of data to evidence and structuring DRR strategy. The big challenge is not to allow the risk to turn to the disaster, which is very, very important for everybody. Both development and climate change aspects are mentioned in the Sendai, as we know, and we believe that good data, good climate data, you can work easily for the DRR, and you will get better resilience, which is our final target. Of course, this can be existed by a big data, updated, accurate QC data, which you will have a good output. Next, please. It's not moving. Okay. So our source of the data in our department is the Doppler weather radar station. We have the satellite images. We have 27 meteorological stations, and we have the numerical weather prediction. And all these give us the data, real data and images, and from all these stations, because you cannot predict any weather without real data. So that's come from these sources. We have, of course, we have 10 marine stations, meteorological stations. We have the 12 synoptic one. We have one mobile station for emergency cases, and we have 4 agro stations. Our flow data from the climate, we have the GTS, which is from Jeddah, and we have from Melbourne. All these come together with the AWAS stations. We have the satellite, as we mentioned, and upper air system. We have LLWAS, which is used in the runway, and the radar, and the for all the data from the which given from the airplanes when approaching the airport. Of course, all these come to the CMSS, which is the climate machine system, and these can be all these data, of course, should be decoded and then went out to the output. Okay, the very important step is that you should work with very accurate data, which we use now here in our quality management system, which is QMS. It's very important. It's very sophisticated program, and we use it from since long time from Australian bomb, and it goes for maybe 10 type of testing for the data to be sure that you are in the right way, because by the end of the day, you will use this data to build your expectations for the weather and give it to all the stakeholders where we deal with them. Of course, for the all parameters, we have for the temperature, for the wind, for the mean sea level pressure, for visibility, all these should be moved through this quality controlled system. Also, we use the common alerting protocol, which we call CAP. It's very important if you like it, program or how to transfer your data in case of you have fire, floods, and you have earthquake, any kind of the hazards you have. You should send it to the end users with some procedures. Should be easy, it should be clean, it should be very easy to use, and very explained for the others to know where is this accident, where is this hazard, and what is the time, how long it will take to finish. All this could be used by the other departments, which we cooperate with them, like colleges and universities when they have a case study, for the media, for the General Department of Civil Aviation, and for the Kuwait Fire Force. Also, the Red Crescent, we have society rules during the COVID. They have a very good connection with us, and they were using the, all our data to know where is the most, sensitive places, because, temperature and humidity and visibility, dust, all these things affect the health of the people, especially if there is a pandemic like COVID-19. And they were doing very good job for catering, for material kinds, for water carton, all materials. They used our data to know especially where are the most people affected by the weather, bad weather, or let's see bad weather, and more people, they need these materials. Also, our department, they have stages, 4 stages for evacuation of the people's ground, and we have the passengers, where they were in the other countries, and we try to bring them back with certain procedures. And again, we come back again, we are talking about the data, the accurate data. So one of examples where we did a good job during the floods to 2018 in Kuwait. This was the stations where we have many, too much rain, which was very extreme during to the previous data, during to our average, which is 137, but some of the stations give us like double of this amount during one day, during some of them during 2 hours. So that was very important to study this case and keep it as a reference for the next cases. And also the data, the historical data were very important to predict and see how the style of the rain, how is changing during these years. And we found that in the last 10, 20 years, the period between the floods are very short and become frequent more than the before. And then we put all these data in GIS. We used the historical data to use for and generate the GIS map for November, especially because we have only in November that we have many floods during the last years. So that was as a good output for the decision makers to be easy to use. And this is some kind of field work in the areas for and the resources we used to identify, especially where is the most sensitive places for the flood. And on that, this is some photos for the flood that were. Okay, and that this data was used to determine the locations of the most exposed for the floods. And that was used to map the runoff water around Kuwait City, whereas we have more of the citizens there. And also the mapping for the drainage divide in the west of Ahmadi and Bargan, where we have the most flood there and the big damage. And also our data is very important for the Kuwait strategical plan for the 2020-35. It was very useful for them because we used the previous data again. Every time we are talking about historical data, which is very important for every country to know how the climate is changing, how the weather is changing. Also, we use our data in the Kuwait National Communication, the first one and the second one, which was sent to the United Nations Secretary. This is our plan, how we use the data and how was the flowchart for the job. And this is some output of examples, the graphs and the windrows and the expectation of prediction for the next 100 years, how it will be changing for the temperature and the rainfall. And also we use the GIS map. These some examples where the data played a very important role for the decision makers and for the special studies, for the rainfall, for the heat waves, for the for the dust. This is one type of the seasonal prediction for the temperature and for the rainfall, which is used by the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of the Civil Defense. Also, we identified the dust source in Kuwait by using our data, and this work was shared with the Kuwait University and KESA, which is Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research. So this is some publications we did, all these publications, and we have more, of course, shared with the universities, with the institutes, and the main source for the data was Met Office, and that's why we try to be always updated in this type of the, how to keep the data and how to control it and how to clean it every time, and to be sure that all the data we give to the others is in the very excellent data. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Al-Dashti, for those well, the range of work. And what I really enjoyed is that looking how the climate and the Met data help to inform the adaptation plan. Actually, Kuwait is only one of 2 countries in the Arab region that has an adaptation plan yet. Only Kuwait and Palestine have issued. Iraq is under preparation, but using the data, using the science to help inform action, to help move forward on finding bankable and investment projects that can then help respond to those challenges identified by you and your colleagues is fundamental. Thank you very much for that. I know we have some questions coming up. We're actually just so as advice for those at home, it's easy because you can walk, or not home or in the office elsewhere, you can go and get a coffee, but in the room, we are not going to take a coffee break. Please, the coffee break is outside if anyone needs a refresher after this long session, but we will continue in order to allow everyone a chance to give their full presentation and engage in dialogue. So, I mean, no break. We're going to go straight. I hope that, oh, I'm sorry. There's first 2 questions and then we'll go over to the next
questions.
Please,
yeah,
Wafa.
and I'm not sure maybe the experts can answer, but I have 2 questions in French. I'll read them in French. I have from Algeria. We have French and Spanish. So please, if you don't understand French, put your headsets. Dr. Naïma Rabahi from Algeria. Comment vous le savez cette année, une canicule a touché la mer Méditerranée. Une perte d'environ 50 espèces a été enregistrée d'après les études menées depuis 2003. Pourriez-vous développer davantage cet aspect, expliquer les origines et les causes ainsi que les solutions possibles afin d'atténuer ce risque? Merci.
So, would anyone like to respond, maybe Dr. Dashti or Michael, about issues related to biodiversity loss associated with temperature changes, increased hazards? In Algeria, they're suffering over 50 species loss over the last, almost 2 decades. Is there any similar experience or monitoring perhaps being done in Kuwait or OECD or any of the other panelists? Have you worked on biodiversity loss associated with these challenges?
Yes, Carol, can I just short
Please.
answer? Because
Please.
yes, of course we care about the coral bleaching in Kuwait because we did a good study why we have the coral bleaching during the last years. And then it was the main source was the main the main reason was the high in the temperature, because it's more than the average of the where the species can keep live. But I think, and we gave this study with some recommendations to the high level in the country, and they will take care about our study. And yes, it's a very good question, and we should use, by the end of the day, we should come out with the good results to change the things to the better things. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, using temperature. I recall that around Kuwait and in the south in the Persian Gulf, there was actually a jellyfish explosion. Maybe it was 4 or 5 years ago, and they were attributing to the heating of the area and other things regarding water flows. But the linkages and alarms and describing these strange phenomenons that are happening, it's very good that you're well plugged into your political system and you're informing those linkages.
Yeah.
Michael, would you like to add? Yes.
Yeah, just something to add. There has been some exploration as well at the OECD on how we could better monitor things happening in the oceans. There's good data also geospatially for sea surface temperature, for example. But there is a large question of how specifically we monitor this. Do we monitor it as an entire ocean, or do we somehow subdivide these? Do we only observe economic exclusive zones? So these were some of the initial boundaries that we came with, limitations that we haven't found a solution to yet, but that I think might be relevant to this question. I think explaining the origins I think, yeah, there's probably a large component of climate change issues that are related that are causing this problem in terms of the temperatures in the oceans.
I love that. Just administrative boundaries with the EEZ, the exclusive economic zone. Even in the sea, we have administrative boundaries to think about. Another question, Wafa?
I just want to add something for our delegate from Algeria. In previous life, I worked on biodiversity, and I think precautionary approach is very important. We don't wait until we have the proofs that our species are dying, and so it's the precautionary approach. Whenever we think something is affecting, we need to take the precautions to protect the species and conserve it. So another just quick thing on the like looking at the whole ocean or specific areas. The ecosystem accounting is one of the approaches where you can select, which ecosystems, marine, terrestrial, all other ecosystems, where you can work on the environmental ecosystem accounts, which is a very good also system that can help the country manage the system with its economic and social impacts. We have another question. Can I read it quickly? Okay, it's also a general question. Let me read it. It's Bureau de l'État des Milieux. I just don't know which country. I looked it up. Maybe it's France, but I know in many of our North African countries also they have the same titles for their agencies. Comment procédez-vous pour que toutes ces richesses d'informations que vous produisez soient également facilement accessibles par l'ensemble des citoyens, spécialistes ou non? Produisez-vous des documents pédagogiques, des vidéos, des infographies? So is the question addressed to ESQA? If it's for ESQA, ESQA is trying to really put together all the information in a data ecosystem. We have statistics information, we have geospatial information, we have all kinds of information that we try to put for the use of users that can be also like available and accessible. But it's also a question what Sonke addressed. How is the country putting the data that it has on, its website? How is it accessible to its citizens? Do we put all this data together? So really the question is at the national level. It has to really make use of the data a country collects. We don't do census and get population data to keep it in our drawers or the maps to keep them. We have to share them and make use of them. So the value is there in the use of data.
Thank you very much for adding that, Wafa. I think we can proceed to the next session, but thank you very much, Mikhail and Dr. Dashti, Dr. Hassan, for joining us and providing those important regional, global, and national and local insights. So we're going to proceed to the next set of interventions. I'm really delighted to have, yes? Yeah, you're fine. I'm delighted to have with us our partners at ESCAP, who is our sister regional commission with ESQA, but for Asia and the Pacific, Amin Shamaseddin, who is a program officer at the Asian and Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information and Management, APDIM, in Tehran. And we've been working together for several years now at the Arab Center for Climate Change Policies at ESQA, exactly, harmonizing and talking about issues relating to disaster risk and climate change and finding that bridge, sandstorms and other issues. I know Leticia is your director over there, and we wish her well, but Amin, we're counting on you to give the first part of this presentation on your work at APDIM, and that will be complemented later by our colleague at ESQA, Tarek Sadek, who will also be providing some input on sandstorms after your intervention. But why don't you start up? Thank you.
Okay, I hope. Okay, great. Salam alaikum. Very pleased to be here. And thanks to our sister commission, ESQA. As Carol mentioned, we have a kind of long collaboration. Particularly, we are jointly chairing the one of the working group in UN coalition, and we also successfully held a joint meeting, inter-regional discussion on sand and dust storm. Hope to expand these things. APDIM main focus, Asia Pacific Center for Development of Disaster Information Management, main focus is to use data and information, including socioeconomic data from the Commission's divisions, and translate it to policy. And 2 years ago, when we start working on 10 years strategic program of work, we actually, start making a deeper understanding about the condition in the region, and we make a background study on the needs and gaps for disaster risk in the region to see what's going on there. So based on that, we can develop our plan. And one of the findings, as also mentioned in some of the presentation yesterday, was the data in many times are, most cases are available, but somehow there's not enough capacity to translate it to policy. It's where we try to fill the gaps. Today, I would like to share one of the examples how we make some technical issue of sand and dust storm in the region, and actually continue work in the region to make it a regional action plan, which in May this year, 2022, was endorsed by ESCAP member states. With this kind of long introduction, I'm going to this. The study of sand and dust storm, was published in 5 chapters. There was a kind of introduction, mandates, things, and then the detailed methodology. We have a sectoral risk analysis. You can see the sectors we covered here. And also, we do some projection on sand and dust storm in the region. I think Tarek, after me, will talk more on the projection of sand and dust storm using drought and wind projections. And then in the last chapter, we talk about the findings. The sectors we work actually was agriculture, energy, particularly on solar energy. We work on environment, particularly on glaciers and the impact of sand and dust storm there, health, cities, and transport, in particular aviation. The way we conceptualize the risk assessment, we use the DRR risk equation, but we also borrow some component from climate change adaptation. Sensitivity. It was very fit for this hazard to actually analyze the risk. We went through a very new way of assessment. We defined various thresholds for each sectors. I'm going to explain a bit more on the next slides about how we defined these thresholds. And in this slide, you can see the main source of data we use, mostly are available online. We have, we got the sand and dust storm as a hazard from MERA-2 reanalysis. You can see the details in the screen. And for the different sectors, we use, different data sources. For energy, we use the solar data plant data base of the ESCAP, which collected through all member states. For transportation, for health, we use the statistics centers, and for threshold, we use WHO and some others you can see on the screen. there are some findings, but for each sector, I'm going to give you some more details how we use data for them. For human health, actually, we use that mirror-to analysis, but actually translated to information that can handle the mechanism of this damage to human. We use the dust concentration in the ground level, the number of dusty days per year, and in pixel level, we generate the hazard layer, and then for exposure, we use the gridded population data. And also we use for sensitivity, since we know that ages are important factor for the way it's harm people. We use the gridded population and disaggregated data by age and gender. And for sensitivity, for example, this one was for sensitivity. For resilience factor, we use the public and private expenditure for each area, and also some other indicators. You can find all the details in the methodology. Based on that, one of the findings was more than 80% of entire population in the Islamic Republic of Iran, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan are exposed to medium to a high level of poor air quality due to sand and dust storms. You can see here the distribution of risk based on all these factors. It's not only exposure, it's other important factor in risk as well. And you see the percentage of population exposed at risk in the right side. Airborne is not a sector, but since most of economic activities and population live in this small area relatively, we also went through that. Cities in Southwest Asia have the highest exposure to sand and dust storm, where nearly 60 million people experience more than 170 dusty days in 2019. Actually, by dusty days, we are talking about the threshold of 50 microgram per cubic meter. That was the threshold we used from WHO guidelines. You can see the cities here in the right side. You can see the names. The x-axis shows the number of dusty days. You can see, for example, Ahwaz, in the very far right, experienced more than 320 days of dust. The other sectors we covered was the energy. For this one, we use the information of solar power plant, the location, the mechanism. It's damage to this sector is by dust deposition, another indicator from MERA2. So we have some assumption, and then calculated the expected energy loss due to actually a radiation blockage of dust. So as you can see in the screen, the number of the sand and dust storm have a considerable impact in the generation of electricity, and measure in economic term greater than 107 million a year in India, and more than $46 million in China, and $37 million in Pakistan annually. You can see it's a really a great number. It's also damage to wind power plant by erosion, but still a lot of the study need to be done in this sector. As you can see, in the left side, you can see the location of solar power plant, and the color shows the percentage of energy loss. And in the right side, you can see the cumulative values And also, I mean, the size of circles shows the amount, and the color shows the percentage of energy loss. The other sectors we look at was the transport, particularly aviation sector. We look at it in two different way. One, flight delay and cancellation due to low visibility in the airports. So we translate the dust concentration in the ground level to visibility, and use the threshold of 1,000 meter of visibility to identify. And since it's actually depending on the hours of low visibility, we converted that dust visibility and dust concentration in the ground level to the number of hours per year that the visibility drop below 1,000 meter in each airport. And that one was the hazard layer. And then actually we went to another indicators for resilience. We used the advancement of the navigation instrument in each and all airports. You can see that one in the middle picture, in middle map. And the green one and blue one shows that the more advanced technology, so less dependent on the visibility, and the red one, less advanced navigation instruments, so it's more dependent on the visibility. So based on these indicators, we calculate the risk. You can see the risk of flight delay and cancellation in aviation. We also done the another analysis in aviation sector, the risk of erosion in engines. So most of the time, I mean, engines are at the cruise elevation. So we use the dust concentration in that cruise elevation, I think it's 30,000 feet. And then based on the exposure of this flight, I mean, aircraft in the sky, we calculate the most at-risk pathways. I'm not going to the details, all available online in the report. In the agriculture sector also, we found out that it's highly impacted in many parts of Asia Pacific. For example, in Turkmenistan, 71% of croplands are affecting by sand and dust storm. In Pakistan, 49%, and in Uzbekistan, 44%. And when we consider, for example, when you know, a huge amount of, you know, this agriculture is, for example, cotton, and they are very sensitive to sand and dust storm, we can expect the huge economic loss due to sand and dust storm. There are other mechanisms that you can see in the infographic, and need more studies to identify all these damages. You can see the area are highly affected by sand and dust storm in the map and also in the graph. The other important parts that we considered was the environment, and particularly on glaciers. Glaciers, when covered by sand and dust storm, I mean, the reflex ratio actually change, I mean, the albedo impact, yeah. And then the melting ratio increasing, so it have a huge impact in downstreams. It made the early flood or late drought, so it impact energy, it impact agriculture, and many other drinking water. So it's really important sectors to be considered. For example, in just a Himalaya Hindu Kush area, 1.3 billion people are depending on the glaciers there. You can see the basins in the right side with the amount of exposure to sand and dust storm, and in the map as well. We also have a look at the how it looks like in the future. We use the Palmer index for drought to see, and also you can see the circles in the white color is the source of sand and dust storm in the region. So we expect to have some changes. We expect to have more extreme drought condition, as well as a drought in the Western Australia, Southeastern Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan. Tarek will discuss these things more in more details. They have a great study on this. And yeah, all of this could not be possible with all great partners we have. You can see the short list of it here. I just to mention a few. For example, Tokyo University have a great support with providing scientists and also their supercomputer, because we couldn't handle, well, I'm talking about terabytes of information. So they kindly and in pro bono contribution, they provide support. Also, I can see Rike is online, and Ahlad also provide a great support for mapping these things, thanks to them. And you can see all other institutes that support us. After finishing this, we have some thematic and actually sub-regional consultation with member states in the region. And with findings of this and that discussions, we shape the action plan. So it's translated to policy. Just quickly, I'm going through the three operational objectives. Was to deepen understanding. We still have a lot of gap in methodology and data. I'm not going to the details. It's in regional scale and national scale. The operational objective 2 is impact-based monitoring and early warning. And the operational objective 3 is coordinated risk management, adaptation, and mitigation. And look forward in 2023, in early of 2023, we will have a regional meeting to kick off the implementation methods. Hopefully we can have countries in ESCO as well, because it's kind of interregional problem. And the last one, this one is Santander Storm Risk Assessment Report. And this one is in the middle of the process. We understood that there's no unified methodology to collect damage and loss of Santander storm. So with UNDRR, we develop a guideline for monitoring impact of sand and dust storm through Sendai framework. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Amin. And the linkage to the loss and damage, I'm sure is going to be a lot of fun, a lot of politics in those discussions. But what's important to show is that the science, how much is informed, regional cooperation, regional action to have an action plan that will now go into implementation, and the science base to do that. And as we know, if I'm going to just jump, it's definitely sand and dust storms, a major problem across Asia. And also Western Asia, just as a sub-region. And if I could turn to a colleague in our Arab Center for Climate Change Policy, Tarek Sadek, who takes care of our water and climate work as a first economic affairs officer. If I can ask, Amin, if you could take down your presentation, and Tarek has one to complement, because in the center we work on projections that complement the work on the analysis and showing the observed data sets. So Tarek, and our colleague Marlene Thomas-Kiewitz, who is actually our in-house GIS and climate analyst, who also helps out on our work. Tarek will present the presentation on behalf of ESCWA. So Tarek, please go forward.
I will just quickly complement what Amin mentioned with respect to sand and dust storm. As he said, first, the presentation is prepared with new projections of climate change that will show some sand and dust storm trends, future trends, how we can deal with sand and dust storm. Are they related to climate change or not? And if so, which parameters of climate change we can use to analyze sand and dust storm, and to know what drivers and how to pick hotspots in the area. The presentation is prepared under the Arab Center for Climate Change Policies with my colleague Marlene. It's not moving. next, see, I cannot move the slide. Here it is. So for the sand and dust storm, we have significant areas of deserts in the Western Asia region. And of course, strong winds is the key parameter that lift large amounts of sand and dust storm from bare and dry soil. So you can see we have many variables. We have environmental conditions, we have desertification, and which parameters would contribute with the wind speed, probably warming and heat waves, and also vegetation cover. So we need to investigate which parameters need to have in the climate model to analyze sand and dust storm in this area, in this very crucial area where we witnessed, like we saw in Kuwait. Dr. Hassan was talking probably about floods, but he has many stories he mentioned about sand and dust storm. So this is why ISQA, in cooperation with other partners, ISCAP, WMOLS, and others, under the funding of SIDA, we are doing a new project to combat sand and dust storm. And actually, we do that through building the capacity of meteorological experts in the countries and under the Arab Climate Outlook Forum. It's an intergovernmental process. We meet twice a year and we conduct seasonal forecasting as shown by Dr. Hassan. And we do for the whole Arab region the forecasting and also sand and dust storm kind of reporting. For regional cooperation, we do some interregional kind of cooperation with, as Amin mentioned, with ABDM and on sand and dust storm, because we both lead a working group on regional cooperation and mediation under the UN Coalition on Combating Sand and Dust Storm. We have all UN organizations active in different groups under this, and we, under the work program of this, we did a global webinar, interregional dialogue between West Asia and South Asia and Asian Pacific regions, where countries came and discussed how they handle the sand and dust storm modeling, looking at transboundary nature, how the impact of sand and dust storm can impact different or have severe socioeconomic impacts on different sectors, as Amin showed in his presentation. What we try to do is we already do climate modeling under RECAR. RECAR is a regional initiative where we do the assessment of climate change impacts on water resources and socioeconomic vulnerability in the Arab region. But now we have new projections for the Mashriq region, for the Western Asia region, where we have different projected parameters that we can use in analyzing sand and dust storm. We will combine these, or we are combining these now with satellite imagery to see the historical records and try to correlate those sand and dust storm parameters to different environmental and climatic factors. And actually, these main domains that we look at, and we did some models to look at sand and dust storm parameters. We use 10-kilometer grid spatial resolution and SSP 8.5, 8.5, which is a business as usual scenario. So this is the maximum scenario we use to analyze climate change impacts on the region, and we see how we can connect climate change to sand and dust storm analysis. So we try to do correlation with wind speed, with air turbulence and drought condition and other parameters, because as I said, soil moisture is a key parameter, like drought, like desertification. So we do this correlation through some outputs. As you see, we have done projections for seasonal temperature to, you can see in the left, the historical records, while we have projected for 2021, 2040, and 2040 to 2060. It's getting more red at the right side, because we can see warming in the region, and increase in temperature, which is a key parameter for warming conditions. Also, we look at extreme events like maximum length of a dry spell for different seasons. You can see here in the south where we expect to get more dry conditions in the southern parts of the Arab Peninsula, and these quite increase the risk of drought during the period considered in this season. I want to focus more on these two slides because we just developed these yesterday to look at strong wind and projected strong wind days. We defined thresholds for different desert conditions, like for sand and sand dunes environment is not like flat desert. So we selected two wind speeds, 16 kilometer per hour, based on specific criteria, which I can explain to you later. And we can see here in the right side, by mid of century, there is increase of strong wind days, say by 12 days here in the season under consideration of these. So we can see the hotspots here for wind speed greater than 16 kilometer per hour. And this speed is the threshold required to lift suspended solids in a fine to medium sand and sand dunes environment. But for flat environment, like flat desert, we have higher speed, so expect to get wind speed higher, which is 32.3 kilometer per hour, and you can see very high wind speed areas here because of cyclonic activities expected in Oman and Indian Ocean. So we can look at these wind speed along with wind direction, along with environmental parameters, and this is what we do in the next steps with the analysis of satellite imagery to do correlation between historical SDS and future projections. So this is how we are working on sand and dust storm analysis in the region. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tariq. Thank you, Amin. You know, we are in a region where we have seen sand and dust storm just shifting also. I mean, the intensity, the frequency, it's affecting health, it's affecting all the sectors, transport, agriculture, and the new parameters to use, be it on particulate matter, wind speed, what's happening to land use, land cover, all that is quite important for the Mashriq and all of Asia. And I think one of the maps that Amin showed even showed how it's going into Europe and it goes all the way into the Atlantic. I heard that one of the storms we had last year, it was felt even on the eastern coast. I mean, not from this, but I've heard analysis, it went all the way to the eastern coast of the United States, that some of the sand that was identified from this area. So it is a global phenomenon. Thank you for sharing that. But I'd like to get to that other part of the world with our last speaker, because really I want to ensure that we have time for Professor Gordon McBean to give his intervention. And please, colleagues, if you have any questions, chat them. If we're getting at the end of our time, we can ensure that speakers, again, revert back to you. So if there are any questions and we run out of time, please chat them. But I am really honored to have Professor Gordon McBean with us, professor at the Institute of Catastrophic Loss Reduction and in the Department of Geography and Environment at Western University, London, Ontario, Canada. I think you're about 7 hours before us right now, so it's not so early anymore, unlike our colleagues from Suriname this morning. It's a little bit more reasonable for you. But Professor Gordon, I'm delighted to have you with us. I know you've had many honorary degrees and awards recently in this area, and we are looking forward to hear about your experience about building climate resilient communities in Canada. So over to you. Will you be able to pop up your presentation, or would you like us to help? Let's see if it comes up. Yes, it's coming. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to join this group. It's just a minute. There we go. Yes, I'm talking about basically, as the title of this, integrating climate and disaster risk data to build resilience and we're in fact focusing in on Canadian examples and the way we've used information and data to, let's say, better address these issues. I found they're very interesting, the last few talks since I've joined, a lot of focus on meteorological services and transportation. Actually, just interesting, my very first job was a weather forecaster at Toronto Airport. And at that time, meteorological service was part of the Department of Transportation. So we later moved into Environment Canada. So anyway, just as an opening slide, here's some examples of some disasters that have been happening in Canada. Wildfires, floods, tornadoes, more different floods, etc. And what I'm going to talk about is an example of a project we've been doing on building climate resilient communities. And just want to say that to start off with, the insured loss data is what we typically use because that's, let's say, fairly standard, and it's let's say fairly reliable. But as I'll emphasize, it's not all the data we need on these kind of things. So we just hear some examples of the case studies in Canada, and we've had, since this data set ended in 2020, in 2021, we've had more heat, flood, storms, etc., and more accidents. And the projections as to where we're going are somewhere in the $15 to $20 billion per year range. But I want to say is that we also rely on, and note that in Canada, when we talk about global warming, Canada is warming at about twice the rate of the global average, and northern Canada about 3 to 4 times the global average. And sea ice is thinning and shrinking, etc. And we're getting more extreme weather events, from intense and lengthy heat waves, which are happening again this summer, or that have happened this summer, smoke and haze from wildfires, etc. And just to give some examples of the kind of events that we're dealing with, Fort McMurray fire in 2016, the estimated insured losses were in the $3 or $4 billion range. The societal losses, they were very much higher though. And how do you quantify the losses that people take when you have 90,000 people forced out of their homes, 2,400, etc., destroyed by fires? And as the premier at the time said, it's going to take years to recover from this. It's not just a rebuild and we're back. And the other point is that with climate change, this area of Canada in here, and that's where Fort McMurray is up in here, is estimated to perhaps have a 50% increase in the occurrence of wildfires due to climate change. Ice storms are another big thing. We had in 1998 that at that point our most horrific storm. And one of the things that, again, is hard to quantify with data was that studies done by basically neurology professors and researchers who studied children who were then not even born at the time of this ice storm, and whose mothers went through high stress. And these children, as they were 4, 5, 6 years of age, were scored as lower in IQ and language performance tests than the mothers who had less stress. But we need to remember these let's say, dollar value impacts. And although with warming, we will have a shorter freezing rain season, the way in which it works, the climate will make it so that the increased frequency of high intensity freezing rain events will actually go up. We've got more floods, all kinds of things. And again, there are all kinds of social and societal implications for this. And we're going to estimate about let's say about twice as many precipitation events of heavy time causing floods if we don't take action on this. Just to say, another example of a terrible event in Canada was a Pine Lake tornado. Here's what was after the end of the tornado went through this village of trailers, basically, that people lived in, many of them there for their summer holidays. And there were 12 people killed and over 100 seriously injured in this event. And there was no system that informed them. They had nowhere to go when the tornado happened. And tragically, one of the people killed was a baby whose mother was running, trying to find a place for safety. And the child was torn out of her arms by the tornado winds. We're looking at more tornado data, and just as an example of trying to get the increased amount of data and information is that we have created in Canada the Northern Tornadoes Project, because generally speaking, we know when tornadoes hit tragic places like the Pine Lake area, but we don't know where tornadoes are happening generally across the map of the country because of a lack of data on observations. And so the Northern Tornadoes Project has been created to use satellite and all kinds of other data to better map where tornadoes are now occurring, so we can better predict how they will occur in the future as the climate changes. Flooding, hailstorms, again, hailstorms, big happening. And we had very recently the heat domes across Western Canada and the Northern United States. We had our warmest day in Canadian history, 49.6 degrees centigrade, right there in this interior part of British Columbia. And more floods again here, parts of the area of British Columbia down in here, which is actually where I was born and raised, where it just basically covered the whole area with water. One of the things that I think is very important to rely on is important scientific information that comes from other sources, comes from global sources, in this case, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. This is the cover of the 2021 report of Working Group 1 on the physical science basis, and that the Secretary General of the United Nations declared Code Red for Humanity. And I think I want to emphasize an important point that he made. As he said, if I had one sentence to describe the state of the world, I would say we're in a state in the world where the global challenges are more and more integrated and the responses are more and more fragmented. And if this is not reversed, it's a recipe for disaster. I think it's important to recognize that we can't just deal with one issue tragically as, say, floods or storms or dust, or we need to bring them together, and also the issues of all of the sustainable development goals, all 17 of them, etc. The working group report on the impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability, which came out in March of this year, makes the comment that in North America chapter says there's more frequent and higher severity of climate hazards, and these events will have more both socioeconomic and ecological impacts, and the socioeconomic vulnerabilities have intensified since the last report was put out. Another point they make in their presentation is that the resistance to climate change science persists in the public domain in North America, particularly in the United States, despite expert scientific consensus, which has with attendant risks to society. They have very high confidence in this, and this is something we as a global community of scientists and government agencies, international organizations need to work together to reduce that persistence of the resistance to climate change science. Just very quickly, I'm just going to just say that the whole process showed that the wildfire events, the other multiple climate hazards are projected to intensify across North America, and with very high confidence. And it's important that it also addresses the issues of food and health risks. And I think health risks are so important that we need to be sure that we address these properly. A year or so ago now, well, actually 2 years ago, I guess, we put together a team of scientists to work together to deal with building climate resilient communities. And what I want to stress here is the importance of bringing together a team of scientists across all the disciplines and issues to work together in an integrated way. So we had a group here with the principal investigators, and I was the lead principal investigator for this project. But we looked at impacts and adaptation resilience strategies across topics such as heat environments in Canadian communities, the disaster risk reduction infrastructure. How do we build better buildings? How do we build that deal with not only flooding and wind, but also issues of wildfire, hail, etc. And very important in our context, and I think in many others, is to bring together the indigenous communities in the Canadian context with this community. So we had a team of indigenous scientists, and well, not all of them were actually indigenous people, but well, 3 of the 5 were, and they brought us together with perspectives on this and how to deal with it. Very important is the health sciences side, which I've been emphasizing, and we had a team of 5 scientists, of which I think 3 were medical doctors and others were people who dealt with the environmental health effects, to write this section of our report. We also brought in the economics of this, of climate change adaptation strategies, and the political social barriers to adaptation as taking action, and how, as a case study, cities adapt and issues of wildfires, as an example. And this report, if anyone is interested, is available on a University of Western Ontario website. And that's you just click on that thing and up it comes. Anyway, as we've stressed, and just following the UN DRR, that we need to know how to deal with these things. And I think it's important to emphasize that these are not natural hazards. They're natural disasters. Sorry, they are natural hazards. They're not natural disasters directly, but that's because we have made choices and created risks combinations of hazard, exposure, vulnerability to death and loss. And we need to take actions on how to reduce exposure and vulnerability. So we tried to focus in this study as to how we can take action based on the science and the data we've got to reduce the exposure and vulnerability, because they're the key determinants of disaster risk. And there are programs, such as an example, Health Canada has a guide. This is the Department of Public Health and the federal government on how to reduce the health impacts of climate change. So I won't just go into the politics of this, but too much, but just let me say that it was interesting that while we were doing this report, 2 federal government important decisions came out that are politically very important for a variety of reasons. But interestingly, the Auditor General of Canada in 2021 put out a report on COVID situation and said that it's important that we have credible and timely risk assessments, that we have a national surveillance system, and they have early warning systems. And as we can say, each of those is critically important for climate resilience as well. So when we're trying to deal with COVID, we should be also trying to deal better with the issues of climate change, adaptation, and risk reduction, etc. And multi-level governance issues are important. So some of the things we said was, as I said, I'm going to, in view of the time, I'll just skip through some of this, but the indigenous communities, because they've, in a sense, lived in our natural society for, well, literally centuries, millennia, they have a very strong approaches to this, bringing things together, and we need to build upon that. And we've written some reports on that. We have also within the Institute for Catastrophic Loss Reduction that I'm part of, we've created web guides, the reports, and here how you, if you got your home, as an example, how to protect your home from wildfire, snow and ice, extreme heat, severe wind, hail, basement flooding, etc. And we're using these, and also important to not just make it for these hazards, but also issues like earthquakes and others. So again, an integrated approach. Just to say that somebody, I think, Carolyn, you mentioned this issue of cross borders. Adaptation without borders is so essential. It comes down within countries. In Canada, we've got provinces, and then we've got municipalities, and each of them try and do their own thing. And we need to get them working together so that there is an integration across issues, such as, example, flooding that starts in one area and ends up flooding in the next town and that kind of thing. And we need integrated early warning systems and better prevention strategies that go across all of these issues. seeing the future, not just now, for the season, for decades, on the impacting events, exposure, and vulnerability, and linking the socioeconomic, technology, sciences, and bring it all together. So to say in our key findings, one of the huge issues is local scale warming increases due to urbanization, how we build our cities. There is physical and mental health impacts that really need to be addressed. There is issues of the impacts of all of these various strategies, and we can't just build our resilient communities to address, say, floods, but we need to bring in the other factors. And we need a decision framework for selecting which measures are most important and how can they be implemented. And quite frankly, cost-benefit analysis, bring in the economists and the social scientists for decision-making that's most effective. And having cities adapt programs, for example. And as I said, the indigenous communities very strongly benefits of investment. And we need to say right now that overall the investments are low, despite having shown that there are many. So we need leadership at all levels. In Canada, we've been talking about a national adaptation strategy for, well, probably 25, 30 years, and officially a government policy of 15 years ago to have one. And we still don't have it yet, but there's a process underway now, started and supposed to produce our first ever national adaptation strategy by the end of this calendar year. We'll see what actually comes out. So I just wanted to say that there is need in this pandemic recovery. There is an opportunity, and tragically in a sense, to integrate the actions for climate resilience, for a green economy, and the pandemic, to integrate them in a way in which we develop things and deal with the issues of equity, diversity, inclusion across all of these issues. And we have this, as I said, the development of a national climate change adaptation strategy is underway now. And importantly, it is dealing with the issues with 5 advisory tables on health and well-being, one on resilience of natural and built infrastructure, one on natural environmental systems, strong and resilient economy, and disaster resilience and security. And the proposal should be done by the end of this calendar year, as I said. So just to bring this to a conclusion, I want to stress that climate change is an issue of intergenerational equity and ethics. We need to reduce emissions and adapt for all people. This is actually my daughter and her husband and 3 of my 4 grandkids. The arm sticking out is mine because one of the other grandkids was taking the picture. But we need to unite behind the science, as these people were saying in a public march on climate change. We need to work internationally. This is a situation in Manila in the Philippines. I had a 5-year research program working with a Canadian team and teams of scientists in Bangkok, Manila, and Lagos. And that bringing together the science was very important. And it's a case of not just standing up and reading a strategy as the tsunami wave approaches, but to take action. And with that, I thank you for your attention and actions, and we can I guess I'm close enough to finishing, so I can say now I've done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gordon. Very insightful points. Really also bringing the other side of the world from we are here, but we're all sharing the same challenges in terms of,
Yes.
you know, when you said 30 years, if Canada is taking that long for a national adaptation plan, imagine the rest of us. So if I could turn to Michael, he had a question actually for you about Statistics Canada as well, please, Michael.
Yes, thank you very much, Gordon. So that was an excellent presentation. And you mentioned several times the importance of interinstitutional collaboration and also integration of information and data. And I was just wondering, what was the role of official statistics, or was there any collaboration also with Statistics Canada for this report? So maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that, because we also would like to understand what we need to produce, or which information whether might be lack in terms of quality or also quantity of information that can be used for this kind of studies that comes from official statistics. So maybe you have some experience on that you can share with us. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Well, one of the things that I mentioned, this report, this is a different report than what I was talking about formally here, but we had a project funded by the International Development Research Center of Canada called Coastal Cities at Risk. And we picked, working with I then was the president of an international program called START, Global Environmental Change START, which is bring together and enhance the capacity of research to do this in Asia and Africa, etc. And so what we did was brought together a team of scientists in Bangkok, in Manila, in Lagos, and a team of Canadian scientists to work together. And for example, when we were looking in the city in Vancouver, we're looking at the, let's say, health and social vulnerability issues. And we use the Statistics Canada data on the populations, the assessments of people to do a general mapping based on statistical data and scientific information of studies that have been done on how people are more vulnerable. So we did that. And then we had a team of scientists, well, one of my PhD students who was leading it, who went and did community interviews with people in, I think it was 5 of the sub areas. So we picked different areas that would be geographically different, some more wealthier areas, less wealthy, older, younger, etc., to try and get general information as to how people are vulnerable and what are the factors that make them more vulnerable, and then try and map out a health vulnerability assessment mapping. And we worked this with the other cities as well. The group in the Manila is still working on it. Some of you probably know Tony Lezaga and Emma Porio. I'm on their advisory committee. Unfortunately, with COVID, we never get together physically anymore. But anyway, the important thing is to bring together that information. And it's important that we cross different levels of governance. Certainly in the Canadian situation with provinces and municipalities, you get different sets of data. And as we have stressed in our reports and others, is that this data needs to be consistent in order to do the correct mapping and better to assess the risks. So thank you.
Yeah, again, I think this is a recurring theme, the level of governance, how we convey the data, subnational administrative use, and even just pixels, how to communicate that best to ensure action. Thank you very much. Professor Gordon. There is one question in the chat because we are running over on our time, but Khadija Al-Hudi asked a question about, do you think that the severity of natural disasters and hazards that all countries are experiencing will boost the negotiations on loss and damage at COP27? And if that is not a science policy negotiations interface, well, that is, and I think we have a good audience. I know Tariq is working on this, but I mean, do you have anything you want to add on negotiations, or it's more on the science and the analysts? But maybe Tariq, do you want to just mention about disaster loss and damage, especially since the Arab negotiators we know will be talking about this in a week or two in Oman?
Yeah, I guess loss and damage is one of the critical agenda items under Paris Agreement. And I have been attending the COP for the last 10 years or so. And we have very little progress in achieving at least financing some loss and damage, or looking at some mechanisms like Santiago Network to technically support the countries on assessing the cost of loss and damage. I guess this is one of the key issues on how to develop standardized methodologies to assess loss and damage for different disasters and extreme events. So Santiago Network, Warsaw International Warsaw Mechanism, as Nidal mentioned, and the negotiation on financing loss and damage, because now we look at financing adaptation, but if you cannot adapt, we have to look at other sources of compensation for some small islands or countries that suffer severe impacts of climate change. So this is why this is very sensitive under Paris Agreement. And we hope that looking at the extremes hit the world and even our region, from sand and dust storm, floods, droughts, as well in Europe, we can pay more attention to these Santiago Network as well as financing loss and damage.
Thank you, Tariq. Yeah, that's a very active negotiation.
Carolyn,
Okay.
could I just add a comment? Yeah, just to say, I mean, I used to be the president of the International Council for Science, which, as you may know, we merged with the International Social Science Council to broaden those dimensions. And but importantly, we also were able to be the science agents organization at international negotiations. So I was in Sendai, Japan, and other places like that, but particularly the Sendai, because I think it's so important that the Sendai Framework for Action on Disaster Risk Reduction and the Paris Agreement and the SDGs generally, but over that 2015 year, we negotiated all these separately, but I think it's important they be integrated in there and assessed and brought together for what I usually call Global Agenda 2030. So, and include all those things so that because the Sendai framework, and I can say this as a climate scientist, not being too bad, is that the Sendai framework, in my opinion, is more focused and very concise and there, and rather, so you can say, here's the 4 objectives, here's the 7 goals, let's do it. And we need to bring that into the climate negotiations, because the climate negotiations, I used to be the Canadian science advisor at the climate negotiations. And it's very important that we address emission reductions, but it's also very important because of the reality of the climate system, we address adaptation. And for years, adaptation was seen as my ministers told me never to talk about it publicly because that meant we were failing to mitigate. And I said, that's nonsense, minister. I got fired after that, but we won't go into that one. I didn't really get fired then. I quit later for other reasons. But anyway, I think it's so important that we bring these issues together and not have separate tracks on them, because we'll not achieve them in an effective way for all people. Thank you.
Extremely articulate. I could not have said it. I don't think any of us could have said it better. The fact that adaptation is a center and that disaster loss is going to that next step. I'm going to, though, let our colleagues from DRR just say that because this is part of their story. Saira, Ahmed, if you'd like to add a comment.
Thank you very much, colleagues. And relating to your question and your comment on Sendai framework, I would like to reiterate on the fact that under the Sendai framework, we have been supporting the countries used through national disaster loss databases through Disinventar Sendai. And under the Paris Agreement and changing climate change issues, what we are doing, we are working on with our Bonn office in prototyping of the new Disinventars, in which we are adding the climate change indicators. It has not been actually launched as yet, but we're still in the process. But we have been supporting for the Arab region specifically, I will talk about that we have been supporting so many countries to establish and update their disaster loss database. And Lebanon is one of the success story for us because they have there's a loss database under Disinventar with the data till 2022. And also Yemen having these conflict, issues, political situation, but still Yemen and Iraq are also the, good examples that we recently supported. So we are trying to help the countries to loss and damage data and collaborating with agencies like FAO, because multiple agencies are working on damage and loss assessment with respect to their work, even WHO. So we are trying to work under the global risk assessment framework of UNDRR. And we hope that we can make a difference, but of course we need your support. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, okay. Please, Rahul.
I was going to keep quiet, as I said, but I got very motivated by Professor Warren's.
Please, yes.
Just
Shadi is not going to get mad at me afterwards. Okay?
Shadi, I owe you one for this. Very short, just wanted to mention, thanks so much, because this is music to our ears that, yes, we were very proud of the fact that the Sendai framework has very clear goals and targets and indicators that we work on. Not the best, but we have something. What we are doing is a contribution, which I wanted to mention, was about the global goal for adaptation. As part of the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program, we are trying to support what they call the methodologies, indicators, and matrices, which is for adaptation, to support as much that we can bring from what the Sendai framework monitoring can provide. Because as we speak, there are about 155 countries who have provided in data on exactly the targets and indicators that the professor was talking about. Just want to mention.
Well, I think what you just showed is that there's starting to be some integration across the data. I think there's still challenges. Let's not be I'm an optimist, but we have to realize there's still challenges in the way that data is collected on one and working. And of course, disaster loss, where there's a costing, there's a monetarization of that, and how you do that. Again, going back to the administrative boundaries, the areas, the transboundary dimensions, upstream, downstream, site, basin level, transboundary, interregional, lots of aspects there to think about. But I think conversations like this global webinar, this global forum that is bringing in so many ideas at the country and various levels, can help us better understand each other and build on the knowledge and expertise from this very distinguished panel and all the panels actually that are coming on. So on behalf of ESQA and the Arab Center for Climate Change Policies and my colleagues here who have been organizing this distinguished panel, thank you very much for joining. I'm just going to sign off by saying today's September 7th, and it is the International Day of Clean Air and Blue Skies. We could not be more happy than that we try to all work for that effort as we look for reducing hazards, reducing disaster risk, and of course, responding to climate change. Thank you very much for your participation in this panel.
Thank you very much, Carol, for the moderation, excellent moderation and excellent speakers. And we are taking the messages and the way forward from this session. So thank you very much. And this leads to our next session, localization, at the subnational level, how to deal with disaster data when we want to have cities, villages, and areas resilient. So I'm very pleased to introduce our next session. We have the moderator with us in person. Thank you very much, Dr. Shadi Abdallah, for joining us. I think I'll let you introduce yourself. Yes. Thank you very much, Carol. Okay, yes, no, bye. Thank you. Thank you. We also managed to have our excellent speakers for the next session. It's a shorter session. We didn't have it in the previous forum, but we thought it's a very important session to bring the subnational and the localization of disasters and how to collect data, and it came up in many of the sessions before. So I'm gonna let Dr. Shadi introduce himself and introduce the session. Tfaddal, Dr. Shadi.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shadi Abdallah from the National Council for Scientific Research from the Remote Sensing Center. I'm a director of research and responsible for the early warning system platform in Lebanon. I'm also the chair of the Arab Science and Technology Advisory Group, the Arab Stack. So we were talking about the data and the data management, and now we are going to start with the downscaling of these data. The data is an important issue, but downscaling this data is much important. So to manage local disaster risk and to identify current and future risk at the right places, it's important to downscale data at a local level, cities, rural and urban, and to set up monitoring systems at each level, having all information accessible to decision maker at a various national and local level. People that are vulnerable increase disaster risk in urban, rural, poorly planned areas, coastal or inland. Urban disaster can lead to significantly greater impacts given the vulnerability of groups and the complexity of the systems, of course. And accordingly, and with our distinguished speakers, this session will look at the case studies on data needed to improve disaster risk management and to set up the local monitoring system for use by decision makers at local levels. Of course, we'll start with our distinguished speaker, Fruchista Strauss, which has over 18 years of experience with the United Nations, international NGOs, and the private sector. Her background is multidisciplinary with a focus on socioeconomic development, public governance, post-conflict national development planning, institutional reform, urban resilience, disaster risk management, and climatic change adaptation. So today she will be talking about the participatory planning and qualitative data for resilience building at the local level, case studies from Africa. Please, the floor is yours.
Greetings, everyone. Could you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Great, great. Hello, I'm happy to be joining you from Chile, Nairobi here, though I wish I was physically present with you in Beirut at ESQA, which were actually both my homes for 5 years before I came here to Africa. So it's wonderful to see many familiar faces, and I've been listening in during the past 2 days to some very interesting presentations and discussions. But now I'm speaking on behalf of UN Habitat, which is a UN Secretariat entity that promotes socially and environmentally sustainable towns and cities. And UN Habitat is the UN's focal point for all urbanization and human settlement matters within the system. I have a presentation. I don't know if you would like me to put it from my end.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, great. So
You
let
can
me
pop
just
it
share
up.
my screen one moment. Trying to see where okay. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes. Okay, now it's good.
Okay, excellent. So just as a little bit of an introduction, I am based in UN Habitat's regional office for Africa, which is in Nairobi, as is UN Habitat's global headquarters. And I'm leading the regional portfolio on urban resilience, DRR, and climate change adaptation. And today I will be talking about one particular methodology or tool that was developed by UN Habitat in Africa, specifically for localizing disaster risk reduction and urban resilience building. So as you can see just from this slide, it's a little bit of background on the Regional Office for Africa. We work directly with municipalities, local governments, and local communities, as well as, of course, ensuring the coordination between the local, the national, and the regional levels. And one of our main areas of focus, one of our key pillars, is resilience building and disaster preparedness. We've recently done quite a significant regional assessment on urban risk and resilience, and two of the key gaps that we identified are low capacities at local level to build disaster preparedness and a non-systematic knowledge and data collection and management. So I'm just going to, sorry, one second, I keep getting these pop-ups. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'm going to talk today about a really exciting tool. I don't really like the word tool. I use the word methodology called CityWrap, which is basically a 3 to 4 month process. It's a participatory planning process which facilitates the interaction between the local municipalities and communities on identifying the key resilience building needs of a city. And potential solutions for addressing these needs. So what are the biggest vulnerabilities and how could we address them? And this is a process that we have already undertaken in over 40 cities in Africa, and in fact are currently undertaking. It's a tool that's been around for nearly a decade, but it's been, of course, revised and improved over all of those years. You might see in this map one sort of standout country, which is of course not in Africa, which is Jordan, because I could talk a little bit more later about how we also began to do some of the implementations of CityWrap outside of Africa, and the first was in Oman, where we did a very specific version of it, focused on one area and specifically on flash floods. But I will go a little bit more into explaining exactly what CityWrap is. But before then, I wanted to explain a little bit about why such a process or such a methodology is useful. One is that it also is a capacity building tool. So there is a skills and tools transfer. It is useful for collecting urban data, and especially qualitative data coming directly from the municipalities and the communities themselves, and I will focus mostly on this area. It is used to gather local information and knowledge, which of course also means local solutions. It is used to foster resource mobilization, which I will also explain a little bit more. It establishes a shared vision of the city as a resilient city. And it also identifies key gaps and entry points for building urban resilience. So CityRAP has 4 phases through which it addresses challenges that are common to many secondary cities in developing countries. And I focus on secondary cities here because CityRAP is designed primarily for cities of 250,000 population or lower. So it works best in smaller cities, which of course come with very particular vulnerabilities. And it addresses the lack of data and information. It enables municipalities and communities to together understand and plan actions aimed at reducing risk and building resilience. And its end product, so to say, is what we call the Resilience Framework for Action, which is not a, let's say, a new plan, because of course we all know that when it comes to planning, there are many beautiful plans out there. What we need is action. And so what this RFA combines is actually, it takes existing frameworks, existing policies, existing projects, information and data, and packages it all together in a way that helps the city really understand where it needs to begin with resilience building. So there are the 4 phases, and I will focus on mainly the qualitative data gathering and the participatory planning aspects of all these phases, which I will go through in a moment. But just to give a little bit of a framework, how do we address urban resilience? When you're discussing urban resilience, especially with communities or with municipal technicians and secondary cities who might not all be experts on resilience and disaster risk, it is really helpful to have a structure in place, because of course resilience is a very broad concept that could encompass so many different things. So when we first commence with the CityRAP process, we sort of organize all of the data gathering and the information and the discussions around the 5 interrelated pillars of urban resilience. And these, could be different. There are different ways of defining urban resilience, but this is what we decided to go with. So these are urban planning and environment, resilient infrastructure and basic services, urban economy and society, urban disaster risk management, and urban governance. But this structure does, by the end of the process, disappear. It's just used to really organize how we discuss resilience with these stakeholders. So the 4 phases of CityRAP, which take about 3 to 4 months normally, are first a crash course, where we ensure that everybody who's participating is on the same page about what we're talking about, what is urban resilience. This includes a participatory mapping exercise, which will identify the most vulnerable areas of the city to focus on, and also, various sort of more educational modules to really understand the concepts involved. Phase 2 is more of a passive phase, and here I'm going to focus on a municipal self-assessment, which is a really interesting questionnaire that we have developed to help the DRR focal points in the municipalities conduct an assessment of the municipality's own strengths and weaknesses with relation to urban resilience and disaster risk, and to involve as a whole of house approach all of the different departments of the municipality. Because of course we understand that resilience is everybody's business. It doesn't just belong to one particular municipal department. Also here we have a participatory planning and data compilation, where we're also bringing into the picture existing data and more macro data that is also relevant for understanding the city's vulnerabilities. Phase 3, we take all of the gathered information and we have focus group discussions and a prioritization workshop, which I will explain in a bit more detail. And then phase 4 is a baseline assessment and the actual formulation of this resilient framework for action, this end product, as well as its validation. So data is collected with different approaches during all of these various phases, using specific exercises that were designed for this CityRAP tool. So at the municipal level, we're gathering data through the preliminary stakeholder mapping, the municipal self-assessment questionnaire, and a baseline assessment. From the community level, we are gathering data through participatory planning and community consultations. And then there are joint workshops where we're really analyze the data that is gathered through different focus group discussions and so forth. So, I mean, one thing that I always like to say about this tool when I'm discussing it is that, of course, you could approach urban resilience building at the local level in different ways. And one way is that you could send a group of experts into a particularly vulnerable area who will conduct an assessment and say that, identify where are the various hotspots and what kind of solutions could be put in place. In many ways, CityRAP has the same outcome. You will end up with identifying many of the same hotspots and coming to similar conclusions, except it comes with the added benefit of creating this relationship between the municipality and the communities, and actually having the community's insight, which generates their buy-in, it generates awareness, it generates a commitment to actually ensuring that these measures are put in place, and even more importantly, that they're maintained. So with that said, just in a little bit more detail, when we're talking about data collection at the municipal level, there are a few different exercises that we conduct. First, before we even embark on this process in a city, there's a preliminary questionnaire and a stakeholder mapping that has to happen. So we need to make sure that we have the municipality's buy-in from the very top levels, and that we understand the main risks and vulnerabilities that we're dealing with in this particular city. Then during the phase 2 of the CityRAP process, there is this municipal self-assessment. And this, and I could share a link later, we have a guidebook available online, which takes you through every single step of CityRAP, and that's available to anybody. We have it also available in French. In this guidebook, actually in the annex, you could find the full assessment with all 75 questions. And these questions are divided into the 5 pillars, resilience pillars that I mentioned a few slides ago. And they're asking the municipality to rate its own capacities with regards to how it performs on various different in various different areas. For example, the provision of basic services, or for example, its own human resources or financial resources available for disaster risk reduction, and so on. And what's interesting about this assessment is that this entire process from the municipality's part is led by municipal focal points, municipal technicians, and they actually go to each department in the municipality and they ask them the same 75 questions, which then afterwards they analyze and present back to the communities and the other urban stakeholders. And this is useful because it also helps the different departments of the municipality understand that they all have a stake in building the city's resilience. It's also interesting because when they take it to focus group discussions with local leadership, with community members, it generates very, very interesting discussion on how the municipality sees itself versus how the citizens see its performance. Then there's also in phase 4 a baseline assessment where data is gathered from existing or ongoing interventions, plans, strategies to assess the state of the priority issues that are selected in a different phase. So all of these data is used, basically, it's funneled to first understand holistically the resilience picture in that city, and then to begin to determine together priorities, because of course we can't do everything. I'm going to try to speed up a little bit. I see the time. So in terms of data collection at the community level, this is really important data, qualitative data that I would say enhances the quantitative data that we have for the city. This is gathered through, for example, participatory mapping exercises, where you actually bring together community members, representatives from women's organizations, youth organizations, and so forth, and they interact over a map through guided discussion, and they begin to identify where they live, where their school is, where the city hall is, and so forth. So the main infrastructure in the city, and then of course the main hotspots. And they talk about what happens. For example, there's a school here. Every year during the rainy season, we've been seeing flooding. The children are not able to attend school for several months at a time. This has been happening more frequently than other years. Again, this is something that experts could also determine, but when you have the community members' involvement, you begin to really make the connections between the vulnerabilities, the solutions. We also have in phase 2 community consultations, where you actually go into the communities and discuss how to reduce the risks identified. Then there are a number of joint workshops, which I won't go into too much. It's all in the booklet, and I'm happy to share more information separately as well. But there's there's a risk mapping exercise that looks at the whole of the city. There are focus group discussions where all this data gathered from the different mapping exercises, from the community consultations, from the municipal self-assessments are presented, analyzed, discussed. And then a prioritization workshop where all this begins to be organized and prioritized, so that we end up with the key entry points for building the city's resilience. So of course, one thing that we think about a lot is it's great that we end up with all this data that comes through this process, and this data feeds into the resilience framework for action. But what else does this data do, and how else could we use it? This data and the entire process, in its highly participatory nature, it's an incentive for cooperation between communities and local governments. And we've seen some very interesting things come out of this. It's a trigger for community self-mobilization. It contributes to longer-term processes, and it can be used to mobilize additional funding, because the cities can use this data, can use these assessments to develop proposals, to develop bankable projects, to take to climate funds, to take to different donors, to take to their national governments for allocation of national budgets to the priorities and solutions that they identify. So some of the outcomes beyond just having this information and this analysis are enhanced relationships between the city administration and the community, and especially this garnered under the impetus of resilience building, strengthened communication between authorities and beneficiaries, a better understanding of city and community needs from the city administration, and community mobilization. So I know I'm a little bit over time, but I'll just take a few seconds just to give a few examples of some of the great things that came out of our implementation of CityWrap in different cities. We saw this community self-mobilization, for example, when we implemented CityWrap in Lilongwe, Malawi, where the implementation of this tool actually triggered community self-mobilization, and they began to implement the identified activities, such as creating new drainage systems. So that's to say that the communities that were involved in this process didn't even wait for the municipality to begin to do the drainage work. They mobilized themselves. And not only do they mobilize themselves to do the drainage, but they're also involved in its maintenance, because of course we know that you could invest a lot of money, for example, in constructing new drainage, but if a month later it is full of litter and waste, and it is not maintained, then it will do more harm than good. But because of this process, awareness is raised whereby the communities feel the responsibility to maintain it. I also just, because I think the municipal self-assessment is an interesting discussion, especially with regards to this topic. Something that happened in Lusaka, Zambia, when we were implementing this tool there was really interesting, because there we were focusing on a vulnerable informal settlement in the city. And when the municipality implemented the self-assessment, they focused on their performance with regards to the entire city of Lusaka as a whole, which overall is a fairly well-developed city in the region. And when they presented to the community focus groups their results from the municipal self-assessment, they were relatively good. They rated themselves pretty well. And in the beginning, there was full-on outrage from the community members saying, no, this is not true. You're not performing like this. You are not delivering like this. And in the beginning, we thought, my God, we have caused some sort of a revolution. But with some careful facilitation, we were able to create a conversation around it. And what we realized is that there was a discrepancy, which was that the municipality looked at its performance citywide, whereas the community, the neighborhood that we were focusing on looked at the city's performance, the municipality's performance in relation to their neighborhood. And when you really took it from that perspective, of course, there were a lot of things lacking, and that was because there were also a lot of barriers. And so we were able to really facilitate a constructive discussion about what these barriers are. And I think in the end brought the municipality and the communities closer together. Then there's also, for example, another example from Dondo in Mozambique, where the community actually mobilized resources to begin to construct safe havens and cyclone-proof housing. At the national level as well, we've had some really good successes. I won't go into it too much. Finally, I just wanted to explain a little bit that one sort of success story that we could also share about this tool is that 4 of its very first implementations were in the 4 cities that you see on the screen in Malawi, Madagascar, Mozambique, and Comoros. And we took all of the outcomes, including all the data gathered during the process from those 4 cities. We packed them into one giant
proposal. We are running out of time, please, if you can conclude.
Yes, I will conclude in 30 seconds. Anyway, so we're now actually executing through an adaptation fund project the priorities that were identified and the solutions for these four cities. So just finally, this is my last slide. Some of the key takeaways: data is power. Supplementing quantitative DRI data with qualitative data extracted from municipalities and communities can really help the city advocate for its resilience building needs and attract funding and resources to actually implement them. Local knowledge, and I think even the speaker before me in the previous panel discussed this quite a lot, is essential for disaster risk reduction. And so finding ways to extract that knowledge and use it and turn it into solutions is critical. Participatory planning and first-hand qualitative data collection can be a very important source of innovation and community mobilization. Efficient systematization and accessibility of the collected data is key. Knowledge management, of course, is really important. It's an opportunity to involve academia and regional institutions. And I won't go too much into the last ones, but of course, sharing and exchanging these best practices, this data and this knowledge is also quite critical. So thank you for listening to our experiences in Africa, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation and introducing the CityRap methodology. Of course, the engagement of people and the participatory approach is a very important issue, and it has shown this efficiency, especially when like taking the indigenous knowledge of the people, and of course, when highlighting the zones or the hazard area and the vulnerable area, and talking about like assets that are under hazard or under risk. So saying that, so we are going to move to the other presentation, the next distinguished speaker, which is Luke Finney. He's a co-founder of Terminus database, assist countries in disaster resilience with the critical assets management system as a part of voluntary effort led by the RIs in the States and the private sector advisory group to the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. His lecture will be on understanding cascading failure in increasing resilience, case study with the critical assets management system at a local level. Please, Mr. Finney, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. It'd be nice to be there in person, but I am dialing in from Ireland. So greetings from Ireland. One of the interesting things is that we've been working a lot with Caribbean islands on this project and in anticipation of hurricane season. But I now see that instead of going towards the Caribbean, the most recent hurricane is actually coming towards Ireland. So I don't know if this is a function of our engagement, but it is certainly a function of the climate chaos that we're presented with. Yeah, exactly. I'll keep safe. If the windows fly in during my presentation, you'll know what's happened. So hopefully you can all see my screen. Let me just turn it into slideshow. So the title of my presentation today, and I'm actually going to give a short demonstration as well, so hopefully you're able to see it throughout, is Understanding Cascading Failure to Increase Resilience. And it's a case study with the critical asset management system at local level. So
The problem to solve as we see it is that many communities, companies, cities, states can identify some part of their critical assets, but they have some major admissions. They've not fully identified all of the assets. They don't understand the risk that each asset faces, and they don't understand, importantly, how those assets are interconnected and the compounding consequences that can cause. And that's what we call these failure chains. So those are those emissions which can weaken resilience by placing lives and livelihoods at risk if you don't understand how assets are connected together as a hazard hits, hurricane or anything else. So the need is to really understand and identify potential failure nodes. In this fictitious example that we present here, you can see that there's a power plant that's connected to a water treatment center that also is reliant on a communications tower that connects into a port, a hospital, and signals on evacuation routes. So you could, of course, expand that example to include wastewater treatment plants, logistic hubs, bridges, population centers, storm shelters, schools, natural assets, and any other items along the way. So what we're creating, and as mentioned, it is a collaboration between multiple organizations led by ARISE, which is the private sector advisory body in the United States to the UNDDR, and ourselves at Terminus DB as the technical partners building the tools. But what we're creating is a simple but highly secure software tool that enables cities and states and communities to inventory those critical assets, assemble that key data about them, identify the hazards that that things are exposed to, and then map the relationships between those assets, both in terms of spatial dependencies and dependency-based. So if things are within a floodplain, if things are dependent on each other, because if the power station goes down, all of these assets go down as well. And then with that data, then identify the potential failure chains between assets and different systems and the risks involved. And then we use that output to inform other tools. So you could have emergency control room systems, risk analysis tools, and then it allows states to then prioritize and plan mitigation and investment programs. So you know which things are the most connected, are the most essential within a particular community, and therefore you can, for example, make sure that you have a backup generator in place should there be a lot of critical assets connected to a particular power station, particular power generation plant. So let me just try, and you're doing a live demo is always a dangerous thing, but here is the CAMS tool, and this is all data that I've taken from Google Maps, so none of it is sensitive. And that is one of the challenges of a project like this, is to make sure that everybody is comfortable with the data that they're sharing. So if you see here, we have a map of Dominica. It's an island in the Caribbean, as you all know, and it has a number of assets highlighted on the map. And if we look, say, at this one, Castle Bruce Electrical Substation, and we click on it, we can see all of the critical links that exist for that substation. So it's linked to a communications tower near Good Hope, and it's linked to Bell's primary school. We can also then, by clicking on this button, see all of the downstream links. So all of the things that are dependent upon that particular substation. We can also then see all of the upstream links. So all of the things that it depends on. So it depends on this radio tower, on this hydro power plant, and you can see the full failure chain of any particular asset going down, both up and downstream. You can also then look at, say, the impact of a specific hazard. So say, for example, in the case of hurricanes, typhoons, or cyclones, we have our scale here of 1 to 5, and we can see the assets that are going to be affected by those particular hazards. And if we click on, say, 2, we just get the ones that are affected by a grade 2 hazard. And then 3, we get all of the additional ones. And then you can input that data. We have both automatic data inputs, as well as manual data input. It's all contained here in the Assets tab, and then you create the links here in the Links tab. I won't go into it in great detail, as I know time is relatively tight, but I'll just show you that you can also then, in the case of a hazard, you get the contact info, and you can just export that immediately to a CSV. You get all of the dependency links, and you can just export that immediately to a CSV so that you can email it to somebody, or you can text somebody, or you can call people directly to speak to them. So let me just bounce back to my presentation. Great. So CAMS, the tool that we've built with the ARISE Coalition, as well as ourselves and some engineering firms who were advisory to make sure that it was suitable to the needs of people that were doing this sort of planning. We are working with Dominica. We're working with communities in Costa Rica. We are looking to start work with some communities in Mexico as well, with the United Nations. So it's fully open source. Everybody who's listening now today can go away and download it. You do probably need some technical capabilities in order to get it up and running on a server. But if it's something that you're interested in, we can give you access to the one that I just showed you, which is a software as a service subscription. So it's available. Once I finish my talk, I'll just give a little bit more of that. Just as I know this is important to users and to different people, we are very much governed by, secure by design, to make sure that all your data is safe and that the users are safe, as there may be critical information and critical data going into a tool like this. So we have built it with a safety first, security first mentality. And we have role-based access control and trusted, secure by design, built-in protection into the software. And you can choose roles based on which people need to get access. For Dominica, it's increased their data to strengthen their decision-making capacity from stakeholders. It's enhanced the protection of critical assets, lives and livelihoods. And then really importantly is that it brings together a public-private partnership. So if this is going to be an effective tool, you need to bring together multiple agencies, utilities, the central government, planners, to make sure that all of the data that's in there, that needs to be in there, is in there, and that you're aware of all of the resources available, which is a much easier thing to achieve at a local, smaller level than it is at a national level, obviously. And really, I heard some of the positive words about the Sendai framework in the previous session. And I think that's been really one of our guiding lights, is to try and fulfill some of the priorities of the Sendai framework to reduce lives affected, mortality and economic losses, and damage to critical infrastructure by cascading failure in the face of climate change. Just before I finish, because I know that everybody will be anxious to get a little bit of time back, I'll just quickly show that here is the project website. It's the critical, it's climate.resilient.world. And here is the open source repo that has all the information. We're very eager for more people to join into the project, for more people to contribute in many different ways. And there's lots of information about how individuals, organizations, technical or otherwise, can contribute to making this a bigger community of users that can save more lives and provide more resilience to more people. And I will leave it there, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luke, for the very nice presentation and introducing the CAMS tool. It's very interesting, and I think it's usually capturing the complex, heterogeneous nature and behavior of the critical infrastructure under disasters, limits the ability in modeling the cascading failure process. So I think it will be like another round of discussion with you later on, especially with me, on these tools and how it's communicating and how it works. So thank you so much. And because of the limitation of our time, I'm going to move to the third distinguished speaker, Ross Eisenberg. Ross Eisenberg is a disaster risk management specialist and urban planner leading the City Resilience Program Planning for Resilience Pillar. He's specialized in developing and deploying tools, analytical and interactive methods to help governments understand and plan for their unique urban resilience challenges. Prior to the World Bank, Ross launched and scaled up programs for post-disaster reconstruction, long-term resilience building, and participatory urban poverty reduction in Bangladesh, Haiti, Indonesia, and Nepal. Ross holds a Master in Public Administration from Harvard Kennedy School of Government and Master in Urban Planning from Harvard Graduate School Design. His talk today will be on using global data to integrate climate and disaster resilience in urban planning. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shadi. Let me just share my screen here. So I assume you can see the screen. Thanks very much for that kind introduction and for welcoming me to this session. I realize I'm not only the last speaker of the session, but also for the day. So I will try to be as concise as possible. As you mentioned, my talk today is on using global data to integrate climate and disaster resilience in urban planning through a particular tool that we at the City Resilience Program use. So this is another session following the previous two on a tool that can be applied anywhere in the world. Perhaps in this case, it would be a bit further upstream in the process of urban resilience planning. So let me just speak about the City Resilience Program and where we sit, and then I can talk more about how we use the global data for resilience enhancement in urban planning. So why we exist is essentially for the resilience challenge in which cities need to increase their investment in infrastructure, but face a lot of budget and implementation constraints, while urban infrastructure is becoming increasingly stressed by natural disasters, climate change, and other threats, resulting in a lack of adequate infrastructure and land use planning, which exacerbates the risks to which urban residents are exposed. And we expect to see a $15 trillion infrastructure gap by 2040. So to respond to this challenge, if I can advance the slides here, yes, the City Resilience Program, which is part of the World Bank's Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery, is a multi-donor initiative promoting urban resilience and focused on three main areas of support. And we achieve these three main areas by providing technical support with our World Bank teams to cities across all World Bank regions and countries. So these areas of support are planning for resilience, finance for resilience, and partnerships for resilience. In planning for resilience, we provide cities with increased access to tools and technical support to help them effectively plan for resilience. And this is where I sit in the organization. And I'll speak to one of these specific tools to help cities plan for resilience. I'll just skip this slide in the interest of time. So the tool that I want to highlight today is what we call the City Scan. And I think the word scan here is really key in the sense that, as I'll explain, it provides a very high level overview on a very rapid basis of a city's key urban resilience and built environment and natural and challenges related to natural hazards. This is just showing a cover page of a recent city scan that we did for Da Nang, Vietnam, and I'll illustrate the tool with a bit more examples as we go along. So broadly, what is a city scan? It's a rapid assessment of a city's critical resilience challenge. It comes in a package of maps, geospatial analyses, data visualizations, and accompanying narrative interpretation. And it examines the interaction between the urban, built, and natural environments. We've created these for over 110 cities across all 6 World Bank regions. Really quickly, the general structure is to show some contextual information, population and demographic trends, and some information on economic activity before highlighting a bit more of the spatial side on our built form, climate conditions, and risk identification, before concluding with some information on local institutions and planning and key considerations for investment planning and prioritization. We draw data sources from a wide variety. We draw the data from a wide variety of sources, and I want to spend a little bit of time on this section here. But the key point is that we're showing here some logos of where the data come from, and this is a pretty solid representation of the data sources in the city scan, although it's not totally complete. There are certainly a few more, and the thing really to emphasize is that I would say 95% of the data in the city scan is all publicly open and freely accessible to anyone around the world. So really what the value comes in is being able to understand and gather all the data from the wide variety of sources, as these come in a very wide variety of data formats, data resolutions, data types, whether that's from remotely sensed data or just global data sets, whether that's spatial or tabular data at a resolution of, could be 5 meters all the way to 1 kilometer. But we do want to keep it at a close enough resolution where it's useful at the city level. And we're able to, and to the point where the data are actually able to be taken at the global level and applied at an urban scale for useful urban conversations. So really, one of the key value points here is to gather this global level data from a wide variety of sources and compile it in a way that where these different data types, no matter where they are, can speak to one another in a way that's useful for the practitioners who will be using it. So what does the CityScan actually do? The purpose is to help different teams to build dialogue around a city's key resilience issues and enable some spatial thinking across different sectors. Because when you have all these about 60 or 75 pages of maps and charts, in this way, you can really bring different stakeholders from different silos in a city management or structure together to help develop risk-informed investment ideas in a way that drives consensus between those stakeholders on where potential investment projects might be. And it helps also to facilitate insights into climate and disaster risks in actual workshops. So I'm just showing here on the right a couple examples, and I'll show a few more on some of the information that might be in a CityScan. So we do include some basic tabular data, for example, to compare different cities on things like urban economic and demographic statistics. So this is on the left. An
If
example.
you could come a little bit towards the microphone, we are losing your voice.
Sure. Sorry about that. And then another example using some remotely sensed data on the right is using some urban economic spatial analytics. So this is a case of nighttime lights with the example of Lima, Peru. And I'll illustrate some of the different data sets using different places as well. So this is not quite getting into the resilience conversations, but a bit more about setting the stage about the key conditions in the city. I'll focus here just on the examples on the right first. So getting into some more of the resilience pieces with the example.
Sorry, Russ, for interrupting, but your voice is fading. If you can be near more the microphone. Sorry.
Sure. We'll try my best to
stay like this.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sure. So on the left, we see an example from Almaty, Kazakhstan, showing a 1 in 1,000 year flood on the built-up area and how the built-up area has changed over time, and demonstrating how the exposure to this level of flood hazard has changed over time from approximately 104 square kilometers of built-up area exposed in 1985 to 158 in 2015. And another example from Dammam, Saudi Arabia, showing the surface temperature as an indication of its urban heat islands, where we can actually also zoom in on a particular point and demonstrate how the surface temperature evolves or changes as the surface temperature changes, as the urban land cover changes, demonstrated in the graph on below. Overall, I think we want to highlight the value of the CityScan in that it's delivered really fast. So this is just a 2 to 3 week process at most. It's very low cost, and the idea is that to constantly upgrade and augment it with new analytics that we can do and from the best available global data sets that are out there. And of course, there are still customization possibilities, but really the purpose is to help lay the groundwork for those prioritization and coordination conversations that come later on. Some key limitations, which I should mention, is that, because it's intended as a rapid delivery tool and it's intended as a low-cost tool using global data, it's not going to be the most detailed data for any particular context. And this is something we fully recognize and embrace because it serves as a high-level conversation starter rather than a direct investment decision-making tool. So it's the kind of thing that a city may want to invest in, which is a pretty small cost and time investment at the start, before later on using perhaps one of the other tools that were presented today for some more detailed information. But again, using just global data as a scan to help kickstart some of those conversations and get stakeholders on the same page and help identify some key areas for further investigation into key issues. So again, just a few more examples on the right, one from Kolkata to show some socioeconomic characteristics of the relative wealth index in this case, and another example using the case of Khartoum, showing network-based accessibility analyses. So where are some built-up areas shown in light blue that would be beyond a 3-kilometer journey from a health facility. So I think the point here is just to highlight the variety of analyses and sources that can be used for something like the city scan and help drive different conversations that may arise in some early decision-making conversations. In the interest of time, perhaps I'll just run through these quickly, but I just wanted to show a few more examples of the city scan in context where we include the narrative interpretation and information using the case of Da Nang. So here's just showing the urban extent and change over time, some deforestation information. This is a remotely sensed data set. Coastal erosion is another one, and road network criticality, so showing some of the key supply-driven road networks or critical segments of the road network that may be most at risk in the event of a disaster. And so these just compose a subset of the different components of the city scan. Of course, when you're able to do this for one city, you can do it for many. So here's another case of sea level rise, showing a few cities in China where you can actually, at a faster level, run these analyses for several cities and to provide more of a country level comparison. Similarly, in China, we're showing a case of the surface temperature one that I had shown earlier, of a common scale, showing sort of what might be the urban heat island concerns across a wide variety of cities here. And beyond this, once you have the methodologies to actually produce these maps and analyses for different places, you can use them in workshops for actual urban planning purposes across a group of different cities and deploy them. There's a wide variety of web tools, of course, that can be invested in and spent a lot of time in development. But we find some really simple and flexible online tools such as Google Earth Engine. In this case, showing a case for the city of Banjul, the Gambia. As a way to get stakeholders engaged and interacting with different layers where they're able to turn them on and off. And drive some conversations at the time. Or alternative to Google Earth Engine, you can use some other tools such as R or Shiny to do something similar. So here's a case of Tirana, Albania, and let me just really quickly share the other window here. Where I'll just give a quick demo of what this might look like, where you can get a group of cities all in one room, and they may be looking at their own specific city, whether that's Tirana or another one. And when they all, for example, overlay, let's say, the population with the built-up area change, and the fluvial flooding layer, you can drive conversations around, okay, what are the key areas at risk of flooding? So perhaps this one, and then the different cities can speak to one another as well, in terms of what their key risks are, their key hazards, and where they may need to invest. And this is true across cities within the same country or beyond. So maybe just in the interest of time, I'll pause here just to showcase how we use global data to drive some deeper conversations at a really high level in terms of what some of the other priorities are that can then be used with other tools for the next level investment conversations. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Very interesting. I think now with the IoT, with all these data that are available, our headache is in how to process the data, how to standardize it, how to work with this to do the big data analysis and to get the most of this type of information. I will leave the floor if anyone has a question to our distinguished guests. Saira, please.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I just have one comment relating to the data that you mentioned, because at UNDRR, we are also working on global risk assessment framework. And under the global risk assessment framework, we have a risk information exchange. We will be presenting tomorrow in the session number 6 on it, but it links all of the data portals together in one network in which you can have access to different kind of data portals. So I would be happy to connect with you bilaterally as well so that we can exchange ideas. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Saira. Okay, if you allow me, I may ask question for Rosina. When you were talking about the communities and engaging the people in the participatory approach, what do you think of having, in the cities, you have the indigenous community, especially the cities with 250K and more, where you have indigenous community that hold a unique position in the RR discourse, and that they are often more vulnerable than non-indigenous groups, and yet also hold traditional knowledge that enable a greater understanding of hazards and disaster. Did you realize this issue during implementation of your methodology?
Thank you, Shadi, for that question. It's absolutely critical, especially in the cities that we're working in sub-Saharan Africa. Yes, very much. I mean, relying on indigenous knowledge, indigenous innovation, traditions is very important, especially when we're looking at things like bringing in nature-based solutions and ecosystems-based adaptation as responses to vulnerabilities and risks. And one of the first steps when we implement the city rep process is to do a stakeholder assessment of what are the different urban stakeholders that need to be a part of this process. And of course, all vulnerable groups are given consideration at that stage, especially indigenous communities, migrant communities. There are often also indigenous communities, for example, that are migrating between different cities during different and towns during different seasons. Depending on their livelihoods, and of course also women, youth, persons with disabilities. And this is really the interesting part that a process like CityRap allows for, that oftentimes a more sort of scientific assessment doesn't leave room for us to really understand not only the perspectives, but the particular vulnerabilities and how they live them in these communities, and of course to draw and extract from them ideas and solutions. So yes, that's a big priority for us, and to find ways to also share these ideas and solutions and experiences, and to see what can be applied in other cities with similar risk profiles is also quite interesting. So we're working as well to collect information and best practices on this as well, and to facilitate the municipality also taking these the indigenous viewpoints more into consideration as well. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you so much, and I hope that we can find this, what you were saying, in a published paper or article, so people can benefit from it. If you allow me, I know we are a little bit tight on time, but another question the last question. So I will ask Mr. Ross for whenever you are talking about the global data, okay, how can you see like these global data when it is related to the downscaling of information, especially when we are trying to, from this global data set with an absence sometimes in big cities of the in situ measurements, and when we are going to take decisions, especially now with the trends of the FBF, the forecast-based financing. So if we have, let's say we are going to take a decision to move funds during a crisis in a city, how would you find efficient these global data set that we are gathering in taking a decision?
Sure. I think that's a great question. It's something we wrestle with quite a bit. We work in a lot of, and we all do, I imagine, work in a lot of very data scarce environments. So the one key advantage of having a tool set of global data is that it enables one to quickly gather a lot of information about anywhere in the world, really, whether they are in a data scarce or data rich environment. We would not advocate for making investment decisions based solely on global data, but we recognize that there are many cases where certain information just won't be available, or that it may take, let's say 18 months to actually gather enough data on a particular topic to the point that we may be, that might be ideal in another more data rich environment. So our general approach is a bit of a case-by-case basis, but to combine, but to use the initial global data information that we can have to pinpoint perhaps where there are existing data sets of a city that can be incorporated into the analysis. For example, where a local stakeholder's reaction may be, we actually do have something like this that is an improvement on the global data, and other cases where that may not be the case, and when then you can actually go forward to combine any local data that is available, that are available, with a more with any missing pieces that can be proxied by some global data sets to hopefully help make some decisions. So yeah, again, I mean, it's we recognize that it's not going to be the best data out there, and we recognize that you do need some, you can use the global data as a tool for zooming in on some more detailed local data, and that's sort of the aim in utilizing it and combining it with different sources.
Thank you so much. By this, we can, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say that when I looked for the speakers for this session, I thought a combination of what Ross is doing, Rosina is doing, and then Luke is doing can bring a lot of information together, and it can be integrated. Like, what is the global data set? How is the local communities as a perspective on disaster management, and then prioritizing where are the resources, where are the assets that we have to look for. So it's a great combination that if the data is integrated together, it can give a lot of information to the city and to manage the response better. So thank you very much, Shadi, for the moderation.
Thank you so much, and thank you for our guest speakers. We have benefited a lot from your interventions, and we hope we can communicate later on bilaterally to build on what have been presented. Thank you so much, and I would like to conclude this session, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can you end it? Yes, okay. Some participants are asking questions in the chat, and thank you for the speakers who are answering also on the chat. So thank you very much.